is something that really needs to be checked. Like the brother said before, we could make you or break you. Just like Getty was saying in the prior, we can make you or break you because we outnumber them. Contrary to popular belief, we outnumber them. So what we need to do is, okay, so my example that I gave, I'm gonna go back. Damon Wayans had a movie back in the day called Mo Money. Mo Money. And the key guy in there was Wayman Tisdale, big time power broker. He did a lot of big things, the company and so on and so forth. Had a white wife, everything beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Stacey Dash was in that movie. And then at the end of the day, he had came in one day, and based on the situation that went on, you know what I'm saying, he lost his job or he quit. But he didn't know how to go about doing anything. Everything he knew was what you would consider to be white corporation. So Damon Wayans, this dude that's working, you know what I'm saying, at the lower levels, pushing paper, in the mailing and stuff like that, has introduced him to these elder so-called black people, right? He take him to the so-called black club and everything. He walking up in there, boy, he's shaking in his boots. He was like, "What's this going on? We don't do business like this. I don't do business like this." He said, "Hold on, I got some people I need you to meet." Come to find out, these people own banks. These brothers own banks, like old banks. Now, this movie was back in the 90s. See what I'm saying? So you think about them three brothers that sat down and talked to him. These brothers was in the 90s, in their 60s and 70s. So, they was born in the 20s, and just think they have money even going further than that. So what's wrong with nepotism? Why are we still here complaining about this DEI stuff working in their structure when they don't want you there? This is all I'm saying. This was the whole pause about. Apologize for the mute and everything. This is what the whole situation is about. See what I'm saying? That's the key. But this DEI, you get federal funding for that. So that means you have a program in your corporate structure in order to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. That is more of a service than anything else. And you're getting federal funding from that. You're getting federal funding, you're getting state funding, and local funding. So, and it's usually just a drop in the bucket. Now, these are corporations, though. These are corporate structures. This is not your federal jobs or state jobs or anything like that. These are private corporations who are, doing certain things. You know what I'm saying? So whatever that might be, that's not relevant. But what they're doing is they get money for that. So when Trump cut that DEI, he's like, I'm cutting that DEI. He said this thing is based off competition. But everybody, the people like this, like the first half of what he talked about, true. Stay with that. The last part went straight to defeatism, went straight to woe is me, went straight to victimhood. No, we don't want that. Cut DEI. Hurry up. You know what that means? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I ain't got to hire you. You see what I'm saying? I don't need to hire you. But see, all these brothers, You know, certain people know I'm in California. These brothers be like this, man. Well, you got all these other people up in there. I ain't gonna say who they are, but why you got these other people up in there working? Oh shit, you know what I'm saying? They want to work and all that. I don't want to hear none of that, you know, from these little, these black people, you know, these young people, they don't want to work. They don't, bruh. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Hire them. Why are you hiring these other people, man? These people are coming in here soaking up game, and it's always been that way. So you got these people don't like their own self. They don't like themselves. They can't look at themselves in the mirror. And this is what has always missed us every time we have a Republican president in the United States. The Republican president is conserving. That's why they call conservatives. They are conserving, or better yet, preserving what the Republic is all about. Competition, you know what I'm saying? The Constitution, common sense, and competition. What do you think a race is? A race is a 120 or 110, 200, 400 race. Who's going to get to the finish line? What changed in the political term of race versus what you get in sports? Race. It means one thing. One group against another group competing for the top. The creme de la creme. Can we keep it this way? This is what I'm saying. I'm going to keep you guys out of your emotions. Come over here, you guys and gals. You're going to get out of your emotions over here. We're going to talk about race. Hey, I want to run that race. I want to run that race. They will put their money, all these other people put their money into their own people, and they want to see their people shine. We don't do that. I tell somebody, hey, I need 15 million. You're just like, what, 15 million? Well, what you going to do with it? Here you go. It's on the table. You got another question? Oh, shit. You got another question. You got another question? Oh, okay. Well, this is what I want to do. Here it is. What else you need? And everybody, all these other groups understand each other's language. They understand how we communicate with each other. Why would I need to speak a certain type of way in order for you to feel comfortable with me? All you got to do is sign a contract. All you got to do is make an agreement. This is what we're doing here. Can you get it done? That's it. But it seems like we are the only ones got an issue with that. I don't know. But Wayman Tisdale and more money. Boy, he got to change after a while because they was kind of like, man, get him up out of here. Like you sitting here scrutinizing us and you need us. He thought that these guys, I don't remember how it actually went, but he actually thought that these brothers was actually working under somebody else. He was like, nah, we are the boss. See what I'm saying? But hey, let's get on to this one.
Walk into a room to bid on a $1 billion company, and across the table from you is Citibank. You've got a two-man team, no traditional fund, and a fraction of their balance sheet, and you win. Welcome to the magic of a strong position. You have a position too, and most people just never understand it enough to properly value it. So let's meet Reginald Lewis. He was a Harvard-trained lawyer who wanted to buy companies and not just advise the people buying them. In 1983, he started his own firm to do what they call leveraged buyouts. A leveraged buyout is you buy a company mostly with borrowed money, and then the company's cash flow and assets pay down the debt over time. So you use a small amount of your own own capital, your own money, and a much larger amount borrowed against the company's future. So what you are selling in order to do this is the story of what comes next. Move number one, you've got to position the asset first. His first target was McCall Pattern, a century-old sewing pattern company in a shrinking category. And to the lenders, he sold one thing, a story around predictable cash flow. And this was the right story for lenders because lenders fund what? A credible story about future cash flow backed by real numbers. You make that story believable and it becomes collateral. But hold on, the story doesn't stop at just closing the deal. Move number two, you've got to articulate and amplify your wins. 3 years later, he ended up selling McCall for around mid-60s, let's say $65 million. Most people would take that win, bank it, and use it as a talking point over dinner. But Lewis hired a PR firm. He landed a New York Times piece that was titled literally 90-to-1 return for investors. And then he mailed that article to everyone that he did business with. You cannot be ashamed to self-promote. This is something even I'm still learning to do. You've got to treat your wins like inventory, something that you can spend to buy the next thing. The takeaway here for you is a result is private until you make it travel. And stories are the only thing that can get in the room before you do. And number three, stack your wins. And this is where we have his claim to fame, Beatrice International. This is a company that he wanted to buy, and it was not a small company. It was a portfolio of 64 of them across 31 countries. And at the table was Citibank, Pillsbury, giants with real money. Lewis, on the other hand, still had no fun. But what he did have was McCall, a 90-to-1 return nobody could argue with. And that result is what got a two-man team taken seriously on a billion-dollar deal. One undeniable win with, imagine you walk into a room to bid on a billion-dollar company, and across the table from you is Citibank.
All right. Now, if you notice, when you see his pictures, he's around, you see that him in the front, nothing but white people around him, non so-called black people around him. You think he's doing business with them. No, he's not. He's competing against them. And he's sitting there, and they sitting there talking. He's in their ear. He's hollering at them. Yo, this, that, and the other. He's making deals. But all his personal pictures they showed, he playing tennis with who? A brother. He's taking pictures. He got who around him? Sisters and brothers. You know what I'm saying? He got women, the men, all of them. That's where he's at. And this is what people forget. Yeah, you can do whatever you want to do, but you know, when it comes down to doing business, you know what I'm saying? You come home, this is who you deal with. You see what I'm saying? So, just saying. I know you guys, after I'm done with this, you like, well, why'd you play this? Well, let's check y'all discernment.
1.6 for the 5 acres.
Yeah.
Right.
We've talked to somebody off the prior clip.
Go and run it back. Get it from the beginning.
The 5 acres.
Yeah.
Right.
We've talked to somebody off the prior clip who wants, what did she say?
3 acres, deed restriction that it must be LEED certified in order to do any type of development.
Any development on there will have to be Earthcraft or LEED certified.
Yeah. So that's what you get. You know, they're smaller lots, and then the larger lots, they're holding out because they want that windfall from a developer to come in and buy it. I'm part of the problem because I've raised values. When I first started working over there, the valuations was at $1 million, and we just sold one for $3 million. Yeah. You know, so like we raised the pricing over there. So.
But there's also always the misconception from sellers that all that money gets put in the dirt. And we're like, you're such a small percentage of that formula.
Yeah. In that area, sight unseen, I'm about $500,000 an acre. I can buy sight unseen. So for half an acre, actually, we can do it. Because we know we can turn that out into $3 million from that perspective. So.
And then this one already has the soil test done on it, right?
It has it here. Now, but what the deciding factor here, it sounds like to me, is procuring that piece of property behind it and then making sure that it will perk. and you're not going to have any issues on that ground.
And that's the reason why a lot of times people find the lot first and then the house. Then you can, design the house around the lot constraints, right? And with the lot, then things are changed.
The house.
Now we're trying to find a lot that's going to actually fit the house that was already designed. So they want 1.6 for the 5 acres. Yeah.
Now, what I play that? He doesn't have any script. He's not looking at no paper. He's talking matter of factly, and he's like, yeah, I could do 500,000 on a $500,000 on an acre. Well, I could actually do on half an acre. I know I could turn it into 3 million. So he talked about lead, right? Lead. So you guys look into that. Lead. Let me get on.
Yeah.
Right.
We've talked to somebody off prior clip who wants, what did she say?
3 acres, deed restriction that it must be LEED certified.
So LEED certified, right there. I paused it. Let me blow it up just a little bit. LEED certified. So it's LEED certified earthcraft development. Okay.
In order to do any type of development.
Any development on there will have to be Earthcraft or LEED certified.
Okay, so earthcraft or LEED certified to do any development. Okay, so that means leadership in energy and environmental design. That's LEED. Certifies the build is energy efficient and sustainable. Okay. That's LEED certified. All right.
Yeah. So that's what you get. There's smaller lots, and then the larger lots, they're holding out because they want that windfall from a developer to come in and buy.
So he's using these key terms, windfall, and he's actually showing what these terms mean. So it says an unexpected surge in property value. That's a windfall. An unexpected surge in property value. Land bought. Land bought right returns far more than the price paid. That's windfall. Land bought right returns far more than the price paid.
I'm part of the problem because I've raised values. When I first started working over there, the valuations was at $1 million, and we just sold one for $3 million.
Yeah.
So like we've raised the pricing over there. So,
but there's also always the misconception from sellers that all that money gets put in the dirt, and we're like, you're such a small percentage of that formula.
Yeah. In that area, sight unseen, I'm about $500,000 an acre. I can buy sight unseen. So for half an acre, actually, we can do it because we know we can turn that out into 3 million from that perspective. So,
and then this one already has the soil test done on it, right?
It has it here now,
Okay.
but what the deciding factor here, it sounds like to me, is procuring that piece of property behind it and then making sure that it will perk.
So in this perk, right, these terms, key terms that you need to know. A lot of people are focusing on land and farming and yeah. So perk, it says it's short for percolation test. So that's a soil test that proves the ground drains well enough to support a septic system. Okay. Now, in these key terms right here, if you want to get on that level, and this is what we're talking about, that level, you could just tell that these brothers is well sharp in the game. Let's keep it going. Hold on, let me take a look real quick. I know I was on mute for a good minute and 3 and 4 and 5 minutes. We're going to get on this. Where am I at? Am I at an hour? All right. We're about to speed it up.
Conditional acceptance offer?
I don't know what that means.
Okay. Well,
Wouldn't take it but just a few seconds to read it. Conditional. That which is dependent upon or granted subject to a condition, as to conditional acceptance. All right. Now you really need to go to TikTok and go to that video that I stitched to and watch that whole video. Later on, she asked him, is he unbiased? And I don't know what that means. Or she asked him, is he neutral in this matter? He said, I don't know what that means. She asked him, you don't know what neutral means? And she says, are you on the prosecutor's side? And he gives this whole rant, but he never answers her question. From the moment he said, I don't know what that means.
All right. Listen closer. Remember, we showed this video I showed this video a while back. But I like how he actually put this in. He went straight here. This is why I said, once that judge said I don't know what that means, and I ain't there, that means he is not there in his oath-taking official capacity. He is there as an interested party. Definitely. And he's already got paid.
He has levied war against the United States, the people, okay? If you levy war against the Constitution of the United States, you're levying war against the people. If there was a contract where he had signed an oath of office, he's levied war. If there's no contract, he has levied war impersonating a judge. Either way, why is he not swinging by the neck?
what's conditional acceptance offer?
I don't know what that.
All right.
By the way,
All right. We're going to show these two things right here. I just thought that was interesting. Let's see if we can make some sense out of this.
By the way, who owns the Federal Reserve? Who are the main shareholders?
Right now, Donald Trump.
What? What? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Y'all still there? Don't run. Hey, what's going on, brother? Titans Debate League. What's happening? Yeah, man. You know, I like debate. You know, what I'm saying? So, you know, hopefully you come through a little bit more, post this on your channel. Hopefully we could stream at the same time just for a little session where we can debate. You know what I mean? Hopefully you go back and look at some of the things. I mean, the last few I've been doing, brother, it's been on American history. And I say American history is world history. Anything that happened in the world originated in America. And I did some outlandish things that people would not be comfortable with. But you know what? Don't matter. And I'm going to give you some things today, because actually on this one, this is going to be the last one we're going to do. Then we're going to get back into my normal thing where we're actually going to be, today I'm going to be talking about these people, and I'm going to go back through it. I like anybody to come over here. I've made offers. Nobody has taken me up on my offer yet. I don't know why. Just little old me, brother. Little old me. Appreciate you. Appreciate you coming. Definitely appreciate you coming over here. All right, let's get back to it. All righty then. Did y'all hear that? Did you guys hear this? I wish I could make this bigger, but I can't make it bigger. But I think I heard what I thought I heard. Did I think I hear what I thought I heard? I think I did.
By the way, who owns the Federal Reserve? Who are the main shareholders?
Right now, Donald Trump.
She did say that. She said that.
But that's post legislation.
That's decision maker. That's decision.
And she said post legislation. So post let me translate that the best way I can. Post legislation means that there had to be a specific time when Congress shut down. You know, when they was doing those shutdowns and it was like they was closing Congress. You know, when Congress shuts down and they say we not doing anything, we're shutting down Article 1, guess who takes over? Article 2. That is the executive branch. The judicial branch is the neutral party between the executive and the legislature. This is why they've been going back and forth to the Supreme Court based on these things have been going on between the executive and the legislature. You see, and then when Congress was shutting down because they didn't want to approve some of that stuff, that is your civil war. They're having a war within each other. They're having a war within Washington, D.C. The war is not outside of anywhere else but within Washington, D.C. But then what happened was they got the states involved. You see. See, a lot of people don't understand, and it was hard. It's hard for me to make sense of it some of the time where the federal and the state come into play. The only place you can look at is Article 1. Article 1 has a Congress, has a, what do you call it? You have a Congress and a Senate, right? The states also have their own legislature, but you have Congress and Senate, you know, so-called reps in federal territory, which would be federal territory in these states. See what I'm saying? But if you're talking post means after, post legislation. So post legislation, somehow Donald Trump took over the Federal Reserve. I'm gonna leave it right there. Leave it right there.
I'm talking about
Okay. There is
Sachs. I'm talking.
There is an answer to this question. There is truly an answer to this question. And boy, I'll be waiting for the hate mail. When I worked at the Dallas Federal Reserve, my email address ended in .org. There are banks that own the 12 district Federal Reserve banks are owned by banks in the sense that they get paid a dividend from what the district banks make, up to 6%. And then whatever money the bank has, if it's a district bank, whether it be San Francisco or Dallas or Atlanta, then they have to pay the operating costs to operate an individual district bank. And after that, every single penny that is remaining is remitted to the U.S. Treasury.
Okay. Now, bookmark that. Remit. It's R-E-M-I-T. You have remit, you have remittance. I never heard remitting. But when you look up the definition of remit, it talks about to a foreign. Remit deals with foreign. Now, if these banks are getting 6%, right? Because through my research, all the National Association banks are the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve was started by J.P. Morgan, Chase. I'm not saying them together. J.P. Morgan, Chase is two people. J.P. Morgan was one. Chase was the other one. I can't remember his first name off top. They then came to Bank of America, U.S. Bank. Anyone that got an NA on it, that's a national association. They are connected with the Federal Reserve. Any thrift, because you can actually is a form 56F, right? People all talk about the fiduciary responsibility. There's a form 56 and a form 56F. The F stands for financial fiduciary. Now, you have two different types of boxes you can check, right? The other one is a thrift bank. You remember the shutdowns in 08 and all that stuff that was going on at that time? This is in our lifetime. We ain't talking about in the 20s. We're talking about in 08, 09, 10, 11. You had Washington Mutual, all the savings. You had all these FA banks. These FA banks were thrift banks. These were what you would call Federal Association banks. You had National Association, then you had Federal Association banks. Those are your Washington Mutuals. Then you also have what is considered to be your savings and loans banks. See, these were your community banks back in the day. The ones you have like Downing Savings and Loan, and you see that a lot of them banks don't, I think none of these banks exist anymore. And if they do, they're definitely on a small level and they're not FDIC insured. But most of their underwriting comes from the four horsemen. The four horsemen I just mentioned. Well, I didn't mention all four. U.S. Bank, Bank of America, J.P. Morgan, and Wells Fargo. You guys got any other bank that I know of that got an NA after it? Read Title 12. Hold on a sec. What's happening?
Anything, y'all?
Oh, man, I'm busy right now.
Oh, you busy right now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
You see, I give you a low price after that, okay?
All right.
I told you 500, but I might give you less.
Okay, perfect.
Okay? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I don't move for you.
I know. Oh, this guy been coming to my house asking to cut my trees for a minute. I said, man, I know how to climb trees, cut my own, but I got to be nice. I'm going to be nice. I can climb. This is why my shoulder messed up. Me climbing up in these trees. I'm too old for that. Yeah. Well, why pay for something that you could do yourself? All right. But anyway, outside of that, right? Outside of that, these banks, these FAs and all this, all these people went up under. Why? Because they was selling these predatory loans at an astronomical price, knowing they weren't gonna do it. And guess where they did it? Right in these neighborhoods. You gotta understand. I'm gonna do as I said, when we get to the major part where I really want to focus on, because I'm really about dealing with the present. I'm doing the history thing so we can stay in the present. Us right here that's coming to this channel. Anybody else that's on the back end, cool. They'll figure it out. But this is why I got to do the history thing, because we got to understand where things are going. All right. Well, not where things are going, where things came from and where they went. Right. So just want to get you guys on that. Let's get back to the video.
That is why my email address ended in .org, not .com, because we were a quasi-private public enterprise. Jay Powell.
Now, remember I mentioned earlier when the guy was talking about public-private. See, you say quasi. Something of that effect. Quasi. So you quasi-public, you quasi-private. If you're quasi-public, that means you're getting federal funding. Also, when you go public, that means also that you're publicly traded. People can invest in your company as well. And when the people get involved and they invest in it, they want to make sure that your company is above board, that you follow all these. This is where DEI comes in. But nevertheless, let's go.
Email address ends in .gov. The Federal Reserve Board in Washington, D.C. is a bona fide, formal federal agency that is not owned by the banks. There's a gray area.
Just say, Coach know what he talking about. Didn't she just say, not owned by the banks? I told you these national associations own these banks. They own them. They own the Federal Reserve.
There's a gray area, and this is up for everybody in tin hats. Here you go. Let's plow it down the middle. The government employees have permanent votes on the Federal Open Market Committee. The district bank presidents rotate in every few years. They do not have a permanent vote on the Federal Open Market Committee, so they have less power. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York, however, the president of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York is also the vice chairman of the Federal Open Market Committee. He has a permanent vote. The only one of the districts who has a permanent vote on the Federal Open Market Committee and has the quasi-public-private ownership, which brings in the banks that sit on the board that you're getting to. So there is a gray area there. And the New York Fed does have extraordinary power compared to any other district. And that power over the years and prior to the crisis was corrupted, which is documented. And the reforms that should have been made subsequent to the crisis have not been. And if you want to get angry about something, get angry about that. But understand that the bulk of the power seat is a government agency, or the Treasury would not have been able to step in like it has.
Well,
This is like we need a drink right now.
when you put that paper up and you get to clapping it on that table, you just got pushed, got your whole thing pushed back. Yeah. And you heard what she said at the end about the Treasury, right? Let's play this part again. Interesting. Interesting.
Was corrupted, which is documented. And the reforms that should have been made subsequent to the crisis have not been. And if you want to get angry about something, get angry about that. But understand there's a permanent vote on the Federal Open Market Committee and has the quasi-public-private ownership, which brings in the banks that sit on the board that you're getting to. So there is a gray area there. And the New York Fed does have extraordinary power compared to any other district. And that power over the years and prior to the crisis was corrupted, which is documented. And the reforms that should have been made.
You can't hear. Wait a minute. Where'd it go? You guys cannot, but you guys heard it though. Okay. You guys at least heard it. All right, let's run this back. Ah, boy. This is crazy. All right, let's run it back here.
Federal Open Market Committee. So they have less power. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York, however, the president of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York is also the vice chairman of the Federal Open Market Committee. He has a permanent vote. The only one of the districts who has a permanent vote on the Federal Open Market Committee and has the quasi-public-private ownership, which brings in the banks that sit on the board that you're getting to. So there is a gray area there. And the New York Fed does have extraordinary power compared to any other district. And that power over the years and prior to the crisis was corrupted, which is
now crisis, right? So that's 2008, 2009, 2010. 2008, as soon as Barack got up in there, right? This happened around the time Barack came up in there. It was set up perfectly how they did it. Because as soon as Barack get up in there, they crack it off. And guess what he did? You know what he did.
documented. And the reforms that should have been made subsequent to the crisis have not been. And if you want to get angry about something, get angry about that. But understand that the bulk of the power seat is a government agency, or the Treasury would not have been able to step in like it has.
Right there. The bulk of the power is the government. That's why the Treasury was able to step in. And this is why Scott Bessent is the IRS commissioner right now. When have you ever heard of the Treasury Secretary also being the Internal Revenue Service Commissioner. You know what that means? The Internal Revenue Service is now part of the Treasury. Now the only thing they got to do is still clean out all the little cracks that they still have in their system, because there's still things going on in the background. Now you guys know why Trump was cutting government jobs. All these government things that they're paying for, they shutting it down, because you're like, wait a minute, we can't watch everybody. You cannot watch everybody and everything run efficiently. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to get into details. I could give you an example. I give you a bunch of examples dealing with the Internal Revenue Service. But I'm not going to get into that. But she just also said, number one, she said Trump is a major shareholder in the Federal Reserve. That's absolutely insane. So he pretty much owns it. Now, I've seen some stuff about 10, 12 years ago that was talking about this stuff. In order for me to hear it right now, it's more of confirmation than it is shocking. The only shocking part that is actually true. That now they're playing it in real time, and the only way they can get it done is through the social media. That's why we got to go down social media boulevard. It's the only way you're going to get this information. The only way it's going to happen. Damn. Now it was the postman. Yep. But look, I'm just saying, y'all. I'm just saying. I'm taking a whole lot of time on these social media streams. But yeah.
Well,
This is like we need a drink right now.
I was going to say that. I can read his face. That's exactly what
or something like old fashioned is what we need right now.
No, you need something stronger than a mimosa. Let me say that much.
All right.
what is the federal?
Now, check this out. So, another perspective. Same brother.
Federal Reserve, and what is your answer? Well, what is the Federal Reserve, and what is your answer?
Well, what it is, it's a cartel. It's not a government agency. It has the appearance of it being a government agency. They went to great lengths to give it that facade.
Okay.
It does have the power of government because Congress.
Wait a minute. So he just opens up right off the rip. He didn't waste no time, did he? He did not waste any time. Now, we heard what the young lady said just prior. Now, we hear this.
Voted to give the power of enforcement to it. But in its essence, underneath, it's a cartel, that facade.
Okay.
It does have the power of government because Congress voted to give the power of enforcement to it. But in its essence, underneath, it's a cartel. It's nothing different than a banana cartel or an oil cartel or sugar cartel. It happens to be a banking cartel. They got together, they drew up the rules and regulations for their own industry, to self-regulate their own industry is what cartels do. And then they sent it to Congress, and they took off the label at the top that said banking cartel, and they erased that, and they said Federal Reserve Act. Congress passed it into law, and that's why we think it's a government agency, is because if you don't obey the rules that they set down for their own industry, you go to prison. And so it looks like a government agency. But basically the answer to the question is it's a banking cartel.
Now, let's do this real quick. Hey, what up, D? American Business, what's going on? What's going on? King Chameleon, what's happening? What's happening? All right. Yeah, I know I kind of slow walked this thing, but it got interesting. Now, this is where I'm at. This stuff right here, I just play it just to keep this stuff on your mind so we don't forget about it. But this is just pretty much where I'm at with it. Engine Radio, what up? But yeah, I just wanted to get this in. Now, we watched this video yesterday. We watched this video yesterday. We watched this video yesterday, right? This was that Negro Fort dealing with the black so-called Seminoles and black Seminoles, right? Then we had this Plantation Act going on. But what I'm going to do, I want to do this. This is an AI thing. We good on this. I could come back to this, but I do want to play. I want to play this brother right here. Well, let me do this. Let me bring this down here.
The black guy.
Let's go here. Where we at? Right here. This is gonna be my last one right here. I want to play this brother right here. This is for all the coaches.
Master's degree and having a GED from incarceration, I can go right now and say I want to advocate in the adult system. They're going to try to put me through a volunteer system. They're going to try to put me through the chaplains department, and they're going to try to get all of my expertise and my skill sets for free, right? Or they're going to offer me a position, that doesn't fit my level of expertise and say I should be happy and content with it because I've been incarcerated, right? And even when you try to do better, you try to pay it forward, you try to return, they make it very hard. And, I was incarcerated from 2005 to 2015. I'm still dealing with that. And as somebody that's a grant writer, wrote millions in grants, policy, legislative action, you name it, all across the board, I've done it. And they still want to try to minimize you and minimize your efforts. And I think we need to have more coaches instead of referees. Referees looking for penalties to take you out the game. Coaches are people that keep you in the game and try to pour into you, right? Instead of these this cookie cutter approach, thinking that everything works for everybody. We need individualized outcomes. We need people to be hands-on and pay attention. And just stop throwing this to the side and then we repeat, and then say, what's wrong with them? That don't make sense.
All right. So let's listen to this right here.
Free blacks, never.
And we're going to get into the bill. I'm going to go quick. I'm going to go easy. We are, where we at? We had a minute. We're at an hour 30, so we looking good right now. We looking good. All right, let's get to it.
Never enslaved, or willing to die rather than be enslaved. These were where your first red sticks and Miccosukee gathered with Royal British Marines, and they were intent on destroying the plantocracy established by the Federalist government, Jeffersonians, and those people who had initiated this slavery practice as law, when in fact it was not the law of humans, the law of people. We resisted. This sport represents that resistance for hundreds and hundreds of Native American. At the end of the sport, though, of course, after the supposed big explosion, many of these troops had been trained to get women and children out of here and to take them to other locations, up along the Wakulla River in St. Mark's and up along the Ochlockonee River and other areas like that. We got these tribal settlements, Buckhorn, Sop-Choppy area, Buckhorn, that name is in Canada, a community in Canada is called Buckhorn. So the British who went there took Native Americans, people of color, with them when they went north, as well as when they went south on the Saltwater Underground Railroad to the Caribbean. Many of those survivors were just tired of war, tired of being hunted. And Florida was full of black people. So this became a cottage industry for slave catchers. They weren't importing them, they were catching them. They were breeding them.
So before Fort Negro was here, Florida was.
Yes, it was free. Before Fort Negro was built here at Prospect Bluff, this was always a settlement. A mulatto king named Bacapachi, he had his settlement from here all the way up to just north of Chattahoochee. And they had thousands of tribal members.
And they were black.
They were black. They're people of color. People of color. Mixed bloods, as you know, as I am, and only wanted to farm and raise their own food and properties.
Okay.
They could be self-sufficient. Look at the water, where the fish are. They could fish, farm, sustain their whole village on this location. So this is what this place was. And it was also a pirate's base. William Augustus Bowl, he had all black seamen who worked on his ships. They called him a pirate, but he took African American or the chiefs all the way to England. And this was around 1798. And I call us free.
All right. So now we have that. A lot of people like to say that the Seminoles and were a mixed group of people, but I can show you plenty of information where the Seminoles were here way before the 1800s, way before, and had treaties way before the 1866, 65, 67, 68 treaties, whenever they were, way before. So, right now, under the circumstances, what I'm going to do is I'm going in deep detail, and Sister American has sent me another video of Dr. Claude Anderson, and I want to show these two, to me, contrasting talking points that Dr. Claude had. Let's start with the one that you guys have seen before.
Gas station, Detroit, Michigan. Arabs now own 144 in a black city. Blacks own 2 gas stations out of 146. You own nothing. The rest, the hotels and the 7-Elevens, are owned by Indians. Asians are owning the laundries. They're owning the hair and wig shops, the nail shops. Blacks.
I'm gonna move it forward.
Over 1,000 of them. And guess what? The town got scared and fighting. And they told black folks now it's racist to come in and not include everybody and everything. And so that ended that effort. And so that's why Detroit failed. So what I'm saying to you is anything that's happened to black folk in this country is not by accident. You all have to understand today that you're locked into a social construct. That social construct.
All right. Let me turn my camera on real quick.
Was put in place almost 300 and 400.
Why did he laugh? Why did he laugh right there?
Years ago. You're locked and boxed. The black folk in this country is not by accident. You all have to understand today that you're locked into a social construct. That social construct was put in place almost 300 and 400 years ago. You're locked and boxed. You're locked and boxed. Now, here's what I'm going to tell you that nobody else tells you. You're locked and boxed because of the United States Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence. You're locked and boxed. We got black leaders can't figure that out. In this country, that in the Constitution, which was approved in 1789, it says that this is a white nation. The first immigration law in 1791, spell it out. It is a white nation for white Europeans and other white people classified as white. And blacks are going to be a permanent underclass. You will be classified as 3/5 of a human being. You will be classified as property.
All right. So, as I've mentioned, what he's talking about right here, the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, right? let's go to Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, as we show, let me go ahead and show it. All right. Let's go right here. Let's read it. 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 And then we're going to get to his video, his second video. Okay, say representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this union. Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states according to their respective numbers. Census. Okay. Which shall be determined by adding the whole number of free persons, free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years. Bound to service for a term of years is an indentured servant. And excluding Indians not taxed. Now, in his conversation, he threw the Declaration of Independence there, but he failed to talk about the Constitution, the Articles. Article 1, more importantly. This is where Article 1 is important. Article 1 is where Congress is the one that actually did the negotiations in regards to the treaties, the peace and friendship treaties, and the agreements with the Indian, indigenous, aboriginal, original people, nations on this American continent. Okay. So Indians not taxed. Indians not taxed means Indians not counted. Indians not enumerated. Indians not subject to. That's it. Now he gets into this 3/5. Who is this 3/5? So this 3/5 of all other persons. And you see it has a capital P. So you see the capital P, that makes it a proper noun. That's a noun. That is a noun. So that is a flesh and blood. But within the United States, Congress, they're persons. There's no mention of a people here, except Indians. Now, we went through the Black Law. I'm not going to do all that. I'm just showing something real quick so we can actually talk about what he's talking about in terms of 3/5. 3/5 is in Article 1, Section 3. Section 2, I'm saying, Clause 3. Here it is. Now, it says the actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of Congress of the United States. That's a whole nother conversation, meaning of the Congress of the United States. What does that mean? Separate. Representation, quasi. And within every subsequent term of 10 years in such manner as they shall be by law. Direct. Now, if people understood the Constitution, they still operate by these means. Term of 10 years and everything, you know, this is where you got to actually understand what's actually going on, right? In term of 10 years, what happens every 10 years? Census. They have a census every 10 years. Okay, so the number of representatives shall not exceed 1 for every 30,000. but each state shall have at least one representative, and until such enumeration shall be made, the state of New Hampshire shall be entitled to choose 3, Massachusetts 8, Rhode Island and Providence Plantations 1, Connecticut 5, New York 6. You see, they said Rhode Island and Providence Plantations. So now you know all of these are plantations. They put plantations on this one, but they took the other ones out on the other ones. All these things are plantations. But let's get past it, right? Let's look at the names. New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island and Providence, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. Isn't that the colonies? Isn't that a part of 13? How many is that? Let me get my count right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So really it's 13. They say 13, but it's actually 14, but they put Rhode Island and Providence Plantations as 1. So there's your 13 United States, people. There they go. So we don't have to have the confusion. Now we know what's happening here. But now we got Indians not taxed. All right, so now we know what he's talking about. Let's get back over to it. Let's get back over to it. Then we're going to come back over to 14th Amendment, Section 2. But first, let's go to his second video.
A guy named Anthony Johnson. Anthony Johnson came to the United States in 1621. Came in from England as a free black and head.
Anthony Johnson. I don't know if anybody heard of Anthony Johnson. Anthony Johnson, as he just said, he calls him a free black. See what I'm saying? Like Dr. Clyde, that's out. There were no such thing as a free black then. Didn't exist. How you come over here as a free black? If he's free, that means he was a slave prior. See, that free is important. If you're considered to be free, that means you weren't free prior. But that's really not the important part. So we got the one thing. Anthony Johnson, he says, came from England.
Rights in those days says anybody coming to the country can get 640 acres free right off the bat. Then plus you can get another 500-600 acres for every slave that you own. He immediately went and had 13 blacks. So within a few years, about 15 years, he was one of the richest blacks in the colonies. Now going up to 1638, he had all kinds of land and a whole bunch of slaves, getting close to about 70, 80 slaves now. And a white guy went over to one of his plantations. And one of the black slaves there, named John Castor, says, why am I a slave here with this guy? He says he owns me for life. And the white fellow who was a plantation owner also said, look, he doesn't own you for life. Indentured servitude normally runs 5 or 7 years. What do you mean he's got you for life? This black guy said, I've been working for this black slave plantation owner for almost 20-something years. The guy said, well, just run off and leave. Forget about it. You don't have to keep working for him. So the black slave, John Castor, ran off. Anthony Johnson then went to court. And he sued the white plantation owner who had encouraged the black to run off. And the court accepted Anthony Johnson's claim against his black slave, saying that he owned that slave for life. Now, what happened there never had ever happened on the history of the earth with black folk and in this country, where all of a sudden a person laid claims against an individual for the rest of his entire naked life. And it was a black man. And once that court decision was made, whites picked it up. That became enslavement codes, both explicitly and implicitly.
And he says right there, in all the states began to enact it. But you see how he jumped right back into a white thing? And then he said the guy that came over to talk to him was a white slave owner. See how he threw all that in there? No evidence whatsoever. Now, what happened to this conversation that he was having? What changed? See right there, full of gray hair. Right here, see, not full of gray hair, younger man right there. It's a younger man. But he's talking about black folks. But you're talking about somebody that came over to America. And he said he went and got some black folks. He didn't say he went and conquered some black folks. He said he went and got some. So basically, what did he do? He get a bunch of investors that go along with him. Sharecropping is what we call it here. Hey, man, here's what we can do. We can come over here and we can get a bunch of land, get some, and all that, man. They selling it for this over here, so we could build up. Boom, boom, boom. This is what we're gonna do. And they said, okay. He said he went and got what, 13 of them? We got a bunch of them. So what's wrong with that? At no point in time he said that they were slaves. You see the trickery going on here? But most people think Anthony Johnson is indigenous. But he knows, see this is where the elders come into play here. He knows that Anthony Johnson comes from England. You remember what I told you about these people coming over here? And he said, when did he come over here? In the 1600s. Let's bring it back to the beginning.
We had a black guy named Anthony Johnson. Anthony Johnson came to the United States in 1621.
1621. 1621. Now, and okay, is what I've been showing you, you men and women, making sense now? That's what I'm saying. 1621, remember, 1492, right? 1492 is where these people started getting expelled out of there. New regime comes in, a whole different approach comes. Hey, the old regime is out. Y'all got to go. And you didn't have to go, but this is what we're running here now. This is the business. This is what we're doing. You're not with it, you can go. But you got to leave everything here. You can't take it. You can take whatever. You can take things with you, but you can't take everything. You can't take gold. You can take your belongings, whatever you got, take it that way. Take your mental and physical talents somewhere else if you don't want to be here with what we're doing. And that's what they did. Anthony Johnson soon came over here and became instantly wealthy. These people was coming over here getting paid. Just like you see these people now coming over here getting paid. But it was not the United States doing that. Not in 1621. There is no United States. There's companies over here, but who own these companies? Now, if these people get moved out and they're saying that these were British and all these people had these colonies over here, well, how did they come over here? You're dealing with an empire. We're dealing, not an empire. You're talking about a megalith empire called the Phoenicians. Yeah. The Phoenicians, you know, the only thing the Phoenicians didn't own? America. They owned all of Asia and all of Africa. The Egyptian and Nubians, that empire was at its height when it got there. They connected everywhere. Everywhere. It was at its height. We're talking about multiple style languages, scripts, business, commerce, trade, movements, maritime, everything that was going on, massive structures being built. The only thing is they just hid the fact of where they actually got this from. They got it from their ancestors, where they come from, right? America. Okay, so we got that. Now, fast forward here. Fast forward. He said Anthony Johnson got here in 1621. In 1621, you had your second wave of people that was coming over here called the Huguenots. Right? These French Protestants. They weren't Catholics yet. They was Protestants. You had Protestants, Lutherans, you had Anabaptists, you had what did I say? Methodists, you had did I say Calvinists? Okay, you had them. You had a lot of different groups that was coming out. That was your Confederacy, right? And remember, let's get over here. Right? Let's get over here. Right? Let's get over here. All right. Now, in this one that I did, who were the Moors? Right? The Moors. Remember I showed that Mori. Remember they said the Mori, and I showed the Mori that came actually over there from the other side of Mesopotamia. Them people was from over there in Mesopotamia. These same people that we're talking about. Right? But I don't want to stay there. I just want to get to this group right here of people. Right? So in this last paragraph, it says, hold on, let me shrink this up a little bit. As Islamic rule expanded into the Iberian Peninsula, European Christian kingdoms began using the term Moor more broadly. It came to describe nearly all Muslims from North Africa, and in many cases, Muslims living in Spain, regardless of their precise ancestry. Over time, the word became a general European label that often overlooked the considerable ethnic and cultural diversity within Islamic societies. This diversity is one of the defining characteristics of Moor civilization. Among those commonly identified as Moors, the Amayazigh, which they call the Berbers, Arabs from the Levant, descendants of Phoenician and Punic population. I said yesterday, Punics is just your garrisons, your satellite offices. I like to just call them satellite offices of the Phoenicians. Right? This is where your Punic Wars came in. The Punic Wars were a war amongst their own people fighting for position. You know, when you expand, you have all these children and everything, you're going to have beef. You know, who's the one? How are you going to be able to keep that, right? Right. So it says Phoenician and Punic population who had long been integrated into North African society. Romanized North Africans. Iberian converts to Islam. Jewish communities who participated in commerce, scholarship, medicine, and administration. Here you go. Commerce, scholarship, medicine, and administration. So when these people was coming over here in the 1600s, into the 1700s, what was they doing? They was beefing up commerce, scholarship. They was creating these so-called universities. Right, they was known for that because they was doing that in Mali and all the big universities that they had that the Moors have done. All these people played a part. This is what I'm saying. This is where you have all these different groups. And then within all these different groups, you have all these different so-called religions or ideologies, because there wasn't religions it wasn't considered to be a religion at that time. Lutheranism, Calvinism, all these other isms was just that, an ideology. Wasn't religious, it became religious later, just like Christianity. Because they keep talking about Christianity came at this certain point of time when the Moors were expelled, but Christianity was way before then. Christianity was way back in Egypt when you dealt with Herod and all these people that was coming from the so-called North Africa and coming inside. And then they Serapis and all these people, the Apis bull, and you know what I mean? Like these people. I mean, Alexander the Greek came into Egypt and did some things. These was all connected people. They all knew each other. The Hittites, the Girgashites, The Hivite, all these groups were the Phoenicians. It says it in the Bible, the Canaanites. See, the Bible used Canaanite. The history books call them Phoenicians. Now, all these groups right here is what you will find in the groups that actually started creating all these different religions. Islam, Judaism, Christianity, Catholicism, Lutheranism, Protestant, Presbyterianism. That's them. I mean, you want to go back to the Council of Nicaea and all these other councils that was going on? Do we? Do we need to go to the papal bulls that actually stem from the Popol Vuh? Do we need to do all that? I don't think so. But we want to focus right here because this is 1621. Now, I got to do this, right? I got to do this. Let me pull up this other one. Let's pull this up, right? Do I want to pull this? I want to go to the bullet point. I want to go to the bullet point. Let's go. Nope. I'm going to stay right there. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to come down here. Let's go find it. Okay, so we know that these Moors, this is 1492. These Muslim Moors of Spain met a similar fate a century later after Granada's fall. So, however, these guarantees eroded within a decade. By the early 1500s, Muslims throughout Spain were forced to convert to Christianity or face exile. Those who converted, often under duress, were known as Moriscos. Okay, so now we're coming down here. We're getting to 1621. So I tore a ligament in my knee, so struggling. But look, if we're looking at 15, okay, so we got Moriscos uprising like the Alpujarras Rebellion, 1568, 1571. If Anthony Johnson came over here in 1621, right? So that is 50 years after 1571. And he came from England. Okay. So when he came over from England, he didn't really have nothing. Probably had a couple dollars in his pocket or whatever he had, but he had to bring some people with him. And he called them other blacks. That's what he called them, other blacks. So we're going to use this black term because they black. So let them be black. And let's put the timeline together. Let's talk numbers. All right. So finally, King Philip III and his ministers decided on mass expulsion as the solution to the Morisco problem. On April 9th, 1609, Philip III signed a decree of expulsion. Now, before we get to the next sentence, we got 1609. Now this is close. So now this is 12 years before Anthony Johnson supposedly gets to America. So he should be old enough by now. 1609, let's just say he's anywhere between 16 to 25. And back then, you know, you 16, you a man, pretty much. Yeah, you got to contribute. So let's just say 1609. Let's meet in the middle. Let's say he's 21 years old. Let's keep it present day. Let's say 21 to 25 years old. 21. So by 1621, so that's another 12 years. Well, 1609, so 1621, he's 12. All right, so he gets here. Let's say he's born in 1609, or he's 21 years, so he's born in 1590 something. Let's say 1621. So let's say he's born in 1600. That's a good number. 1600. He is 21 when he gets to America. All right. So actually, he is somebody that we're doing deductive reasoning here. Prima facie, right? Born in 1600s, Philip III signs decree of expulsion in 1609. In 1621, he's here. So let's say he come out here with his people and he's 12. You see what I'm saying? It's one of the two, all right? So they're totally expelled from Spain. Now, at this time, you're seeing that Spain is Christian, right? But Spain now is Catholic. Most Spaniards are Catholic, is what they say. But this is Christianity here. That's what they're calling it. All right? So let's go down here. Let's keep going. Okay, now we're here at this paragraph up top. It said the expulsion edicts were issued for each region of Spain between 1609 and 1614. Now, this is 7 years before 1621. Okay, so the terms were harsh. For example, the proclamation of Valencia ordered all Morisco men, women, and children to depart within 3 days of the edict's announcement. All right. So now we know between 1609 and 1614, he's either 9 or 14 years old. Okay. So it says right here, each family could take only what they could carry. Only anyone who hid belongings, burned their crops, or failed to comply within 3 days, let them be put to death and their goods plundered. That's what he's coming up under, supposedly. Now, right here it says, ultimately, between approximately 300 to 500,000 Moriscos were expelled over 5 years, 1609 to 1614. Is he one of those 300 to 500,000? So are you telling me he is a Moor? Maybe. But wait a minute. This is your 1619 project, right? Isn't this your 1619 project? We got 1609 to 1614. We got a 1619 project, right? Within 5 years, these people are coming over here into America. Now, this sounds a little bit more, and I know I'm coming back again to this one, but this, because I know there's probably new people listening, but this sounds like, but I'm putting it more in place to this guy, Anthony Johnson now. Now we got a name, we got a face, and we know he's real because Dr. Claude said so. Now, this sounds like your transatlantic slave trade here, but it sounds like they was given a choice. And it sounds like this wasn't actually Africa where they say Africa was. Now you saw I just showed you the Amazi, the Amayazi, or the Amazi. I showed that, right? That's North African. North African. So now, and Northwest African, to be clear. But really, they control all of North Africa from the left side all the way over to Libya and Syria. The Phoenicians were a little bit lower. But these Amamayazi were relatives of the Phoenicians. And probably older than the Phoenicians. All right. Now, so there's 300, 500,000, right? So there's 300, 500,000. Isn't that what they said came over into North America? They said it was roughly between 300 to 500,000, correct? Everybody should know that story. Everybody should know that story. All right, let's keep it pushing. Now, it says, meanwhile, in France, a parallel saga was unfolding for the Huguenots, French Protestants of the Reformed Calvinist faith. France's wars of religion raged through the 16th century, punctuated by atrocities like 1572, 1,000 Huguenots were slaughtered in Paris on their royal plot. A measure of peace in 1598, and the crown Bourbon king, Henry IV, edicts, so on and so forth, so on and so forth, so on and so forth, so on and so forth. All right. Finally, Henry IV's grandson, Louis XIV, revoked the Edict of Nantes in October. We don't care nothing about that. We don't care nothing about that. Now, what it says right here, the result was a mass exodus in defiance of the king's order. An exodus. An estimated 200 to 500,000, another 200 to 500,000. Come on, man. Another one fled France in the late 17th century. That is the 1600s. Seeking refuge in more tolerant lands such as the Dutch Republic, England, Prussia, Switzerland, and overseas in the American colonies. All right. Here you go. Now, it says France, as one contemporary noted, lost 500,000 of its best citizens. So that means, you remember back in the day, if anybody know back then, they said they took the best and left the rest. That's what we was proud about, that slave trade shit. And we was like, yeah, the best over here. And we knew we was the best. We the best. And the document stated who was over here in America, the best. And that was one of the terms we say. They took the best and left the rest. That's why those places are desolate. And they have to depend on America for everything. But I digress. Now, so it says right here, many of them prosperous merchants, skilled craftsmen, soldiers, and scholars. Now we have a connection. Now it says right here, just to go up here, we're in the 1700s now, 18th century. It said, in some, by the early 18th century, three major groups of Swarthy Europeans, Moors and Moriscos, Sephardic Jews, and Huguenots had been formally expelled and forced into exile from their European homelands. And all of them came over here. Guess what? And I'm going to show you. Now, just want to give you that breakdown, right? So we have the Iberian expulsions, right? That was the seat of the Moorish Empire, which we know was that collective group that I showed in this Word document right here. These people, it said Moorish civilization, identified as Moors. These are the groups. All those groups have been identified in this document right here. The Iberian expulsions from 1492 to 1600s. That's what? 100. Well, we could just say 217 years. That's 200. It wasn't 250. It was 217. 217 years. Right? 217 years here. Now, all right, we'll just leave that right there. Okay. Pretty sure you guys can see that right there. We got the 16, 17, and 1800s. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here. So I did. Hold on, let me remove this real quick. Let me take me off. Let me look for something real quick. Let me take this down. Where is it at? All right, here we go. All right. Give me a sec. Let's see this guy. Let's see this guy. Hold on real quick. All right, now let's go. Let's see what they say real quick. All right, so look, let's move this over. I asked this quick question real quick so we get out. So I ain't got to do no extra walking. You know, man, I ain't got to do no extra walking. So let's go ahead and pull this up real quick. All right, so now I asked this question. I said, let's talk about Anthony Johnson. I left him out. It was said he came from England in 1621. Is that true? And was he a Sephardim, Moor, Morisco, or Huguenot? All right, so when he came back, it said, points in a different direction. What is well documented, Anthony Johnson did not come from England. He arrived in the English colony of Virginia in 1621 aboard the James. But the evidence indicates he was brought here from Portuguese Angola, the kingdom of Ndongo, after being captured and sold into the Atlantic slave trade. He was first recorded as Antonio, a Negro. He later became free, acquired land, became a successful planter, and is well known for the 1655 court case involving John Casor. So there's no historical evidence that Anthony Johnson was Sephardic Jewish. No contemporary records identify him that way. Was he a Moor? There's no documented evidence identifying Anthony Johnson as Morisco. However, this is where an interesting research avenue begins, not with John's person, but with the region. He is generally believed to have come from Ndongo, Angola. The Portuguese have been active in West and Central Africa for over a century before Johnson's capture. Now, we can get past this right now because I've already showed the evidence that where Angola is where the seat of the Aton-Yah was at, right? North Africa. You know, after they moved up into Iberia and took over that and became the new empire of that region, or I should say of all those regions. So if we're talking about the Portuguese have been active in Western, okay, so it says in West and Central Africa for over a century before Johnson's capture. Portuguese expeditions included Christians, new Christians, converted Jews, Moriscos, Africans, mixed populations moving through Atlantic slave trade networks. So boom, they at least say that. So he's one of these. He's one of these. That means he certainly lived in a world where Portuguese, African, and sometimes Moorish influences intersected, but there is no evidence that he himself was identified as Moorish. Was he Huguenot? No. Huguenots were French Protestants. There is no evidence connecting Anthony Johnson to the Huguenot movement. It says, if your goal is to explore more, Anthony Johnson is probably not the strongest figure. Instead, look at people such as Anthony Janzoon Van Saley, whose father became associated with Morocco and whose mother is thought by some historians to have been a Morisco woman. So what, are you telling me that this guy is Anthony Johnson? His name is actually John Zoon? I don't know what he's talking about right here. Probably changed his last name. Now, So I'm gonna ask this one question. What was, see, this is how you get them. This is how you get them. Okay, he was recorded first as Antonio, a Negro. Now, I got that, right? We got that. We know Portugal, Spain, France, and all of those is part of the Roman Empire. We know that for a fact, right? The Moors then took over, and they were still connected. I showed you the list of them. You had Roman converts. You had the Phoenicians in there. You had Carthaginians. You had the whole Punic. You see what I'm saying? I should have kept this chat the same. You know what I'm saying? I did this module thing that kind of changed up the whole perspective. Like it took it back to some all right, look. Let me bring this over real quick. What is that thing? The mod. Get rid of the master protocol in this. This is master protocol. Rich, I shouldn't have listened to you. 2.0. That thing changed the whole shit up. Get rid of the master protocol thoughts and connect with the other chats and the deep dive. About to show you right now how you communicate with this thing. So get rid of that master protocol, Rich. See what it said right here? Say, going forward, this history pod will not use or reference the former master protocol 2.0 approach. Instead, I will treat this as a continuous, deep research project and build on the substantive historical threads we developed across the related conversations. Don't change up shit. All right, so look. Now, that has given me everything that I need now. Okay. I think it will produce a much stronger model than focusing only on Anthony Johnson's individual identity. Now, based on what we know of the people that came to America in the 1600s. Based on him being Antonio, what would he be associated with? Thank you. He said, this is a better historical question because it asks that Antonio would have signaled in the early 1600s, not what it proves. This is what we can reasonably infer. Antonio strongly suggests Iberian influence. In the early 17th century, then, Antonio was overwhelmingly associated with the Portuguese and Spanish worlds. It was common among Portuguese Catholics, Spanish Catholics, Portuguese colonial officials, converted Africans baptized by the Portuguese, new Christians, Moriscos who had converted to Christianity, Sephardic Jews who had converted publicly. Okay, thank you. That's all I needed, man. So we have that connection here. We have that connection here. So this is why I want to show the connection with this guy, Anthony Johnson, coming into the colonies. Now, what I'm going to do, because we're flowing with this, I'm going to come back over here. I'm going to let this guy finish talking.
Came in from England as a free black. And head rights in those days says that anybody that comes to the country can get 640
Now, he said he came from England.
acres free right off the bat. Then plus you can get another 500-600 acres for every slave that you own. He immediately went and had 13 blacks. So within a few years, about 15 years.
So he went and got 13 blacks. So the story is that he came over here into the Virginia colony as a captive. But he went and got 13 blacks. Where you go get them from? You see how these presentations that he's saying he's leaving stuff out? Where did he go get them from? Did he get them from America? Or did he bring some with him? Or was he the one that was actually the slave trader? See, this is where this stuff gets left out. But this is where I need to fill in the blanks. See, we already have a foundation of that area, who was in that area. Now, if he came out of that area during that time, he had to be one of three. Okay. Now, under the circumstances, I'm doing a compare and contrast of what he was just talking about over here. Talk about white, free white, and all that stuff. But then he's coming over here talking about a brother that actually owned slaves and was the first to actually create slaves for life. So what does that mean? It was not going on in America. America did not have that going on. He was the first in 1621. So who was this guy?
Years, he was one of the richest blacks in the colonies. Now, going up to 1638, he had all kinds of land and a whole bunch of slaves, getting close to about 70, 80 slaves now.
So now he got slaves. First, they was blacks. But see, after the fact, he talks about this guy over here.
Black slave John Castor ran off. Anthony Johnson then went to court. And he sued the white plantation owner who had encouraged the black to run off. And the court accepted Anthony Johnson's claim against this black slave, saying that he owned that slave for life.
So you telling me the white boy encouraged the brother to run, but the black boy was enslaving another black boy for the rest of his life. Does that make sense to you? So what, the white people were the righteous people? Did he just say the white people were the righteous people? But wait a minute. The root says, and the history says, that white people were holding people enslaved for the rest of their life. Working to can't see in the morning to can't see at night. Being thrown out, all the slop, just the chitlins and all this shit, and just thrown out there. And they just learn how to clean it up, put hot sauce on it, and do all that stuff, and make all this stuff, you know, something like that. Hey, man. Remember, we ain't trying to be super smart. We're trying to make this make sense. So that way we can move the confusion over here. Get it over there. Let's deal with what we're dealing with, facts here. And we got one of our own right here that's got a contradicting presentation right back to back. So we go over here, right? Let's take a ride over here. We're gonna go to free white persons, then we're gonna go to Article the 14th. We're gonna go to the 14th Amendment. All right, so we're gonna go over here to where it go? Nope, that's not it. That's not it. All right, so we came over here and we want to get this clear. All right, so this is something that's in 1740. Now, this is a whole 100 years after Anthony Johnson. Okay, this is a whole 100 years after Anthony Johnson. Okay, and we're gonna cut it down. This is not really an Indian thing right now. I want to come right here to section 4. Right, section 4. Section 4. The term Negro is confined to slave Africans, and in parentheses, what they call ancient Berbers, the ancient Berbers, capital T, the ancient Berbers. So we know who those are, and their descendants. So that means the ancient Berbers are pretty much slaves forever. All right, so it does not embrace the free inhabitants of Africa. So you got free inhabitants of Africa, and then you have slave Africans. Okay, so it says these people are the Egyptians, Moors, or the Negro Asiatics, such as Lascars. We look them up. So we have a separate group. I think all these individual groups are being separated because they were one at a certain point in time. Based on that list of that Moorish civilization, they were all one. Eventually, when they came over here, they started separating them. Okay, so it says section 5, mulatto is the issue of the white and the Negro. But you see white, it's in all lowercase. Right, that white is lower case. It's not a capital, so that's not a noun. Okay, now when we come back here, we go to section 2. I just want to bring this back to you. Section 2, on the provisions that has been uniformly held that color is prima facie evidence that the party bearing the color of the Negro, mulatto, or mestizo is a slave. The same prima facie results does not follow from the Indian color, whatever that means. So at this time in 1740, right, we looked up amity, what that means. Free Indians and amity means that these are Indians that are still operating under the peace treaty. Right? Amity means peace, friendship. Peace and friendship. All right. We looked that up yesterday. Now, these Indians that are now considered to be slaves, right? So it says, declares all Negroes Indians to be slaves, and the offspring to follow the condition of the mother, and that such slaves are child's personal. Remember, that's what the birthright citizenship has been about. Right? But you saw that in the other one that Claude talked about, he actually talked about this free white persons, right? These free white persons. So in these free white persons, right, well, we got right here, free white persons. There you go. Meaning all persons belonging to the European races, then commonly counted as white. Uh-oh. Lowercase. So now we have our connection. We have it over here. Hold on. Where'd it go? Hold on. All right, so let's come over here. All right, let's come over here so we ain't got to jump back and forth. As we look at it from this perspective right here, the white, the Section 5, right? We have white right here, and we have right here. Identical. Now, just know this is 17, South Carolina. Just making this connection here. This is 1740. This is the 1870 amendment to the Naturalization Act of 1790. So this 1790 Naturalization Act was adopted by the United States of America from South Carolina. And this is the thing about South Carolina, Virginia, very important. Pennsylvania as well. But more importantly, in dealing with this plantation thing and these so-called rules they started making out in regard to these codes, Virginia and South Carolina are very important. Now, here are the people. Now, you remember I read in the section 4, that group. Now, let's see who this group is. So this is 1870. These are free white persons now. Free white persons. So this 1740, they're not free. 1870, they're now free. Here they go. Celtic, European Jews, more or less intermixed with peoples of Celtic, Scandinavia, Teutonic, Iberian, Latin, Greek, and Slavic descent. It includes Magyars, Lapps, and Finns, and the Basques and Albanians. It includes the mixed Latin, Celtic, Iberian, and Moorish inhabitants of Spain and Portugal, the mixed Greek, Latin, Phoenician, and North African inhabitants of Sicily. There you go. Something switched. Something changed because then they started mixing up, and, you know, this is where you get these confederacies of people that was coming over here under their different ideologies, which then separated them. Now, what I'm going to go do right here, we're going to look up these other people. All right, we're going to look up these other people because we need to know who these other people are. Need to look up who these other people are. We're going to look up William Ellison. William Ellison. Where you go? Where you go? Here we go. And pull these up. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Now, okay. So we're going to get into Colonel Charles Pinckney, right? This is Wikipedia, real quick. This is Wikipedia. Now, this is 1732 to 1782. This is Charles Pinckney, Colonel Pinckney. He had a rice and indigo plantation known as Sneed Farm. This is Charles Pinckney. Now, rice and indigo. Do you guys know rice is indigenous to America? Okay, you got indigo as well. Do you know indigo's also indigenous? Now, says his son and namesake Charles Pinckney inherited the plantation and slaves and became a prominent politician after the American Revolution. After participating in the Constitutional Convention, he was elected to 3 non-consecutive terms as governor of the state and as a U.S. Senator and U.S. Representative. All right. Was this him? Hold on. Hold on. Let me come over here. Okay, yeah, this guy. Okay, then you got this Charles Pinckney right here. If you actually look at this picture, you can tell this picture has been washed. But you see his hair is thick. See what I'm saying? And the one thing that you know, anytime you see this hand right here inside, that's how you know it's a fake picture. That means they're hiding. When you know when they hide, when you hide your hands. Right. So says right here. Charles Pinckney Jr., 1757 to October 1824, was an American founding father, planter, and politician who was a signer of the United States Constitution. Charles Pinckney, who was elected and served as the 37th governor of South Carolina, later serving 2 more non-consecutive terms. He also served as a senator and a member of the House. So all these signers, right? All of these signers had something to do within the United States and the 13 colonies. You could not do anything if you didn't have no stake in those 13 colonies. So he was a signer. Now, 1757, I'm just giving you some names here, right? 1757 to 1824. See, they try to hide him. But guess what? I got somebody for that. Here comes William Ellison. Same guy, born 1790, right? So we got 1790 here. We got Charles Pinckney, who was born in 1757, died 1824. So this guy was born in 1790. William Ellison was born in 1790 in South Carolina, right? Was a successful African-American plantation owner and cotton gin maker in South Carolina. See, they always talk about Eli Whitney. Well, there was a lot of cotton gin makers around here who owned up to 171 slaves and over 900 acres of land by the time of his death in 1861. He was one of the wealthiest property owners in the state and the only free black slave owner in Sumter County during his lifetime. The only. All right. Now, let's go to his Wikipedia real quick. Right. So as we look right here, William Ellison Jr. So this is William Ellison Jr. Born April Ellison, was an African-American cotton gin maker. So he's a cotton gin maker and a slave, former slave. So he's doing all that. And he acquired 171 black slaves in South Carolina. Coming from a slave. He was a slave, and now he got 171. All right. Okay, so here we go. Not only a cotton gin maker, a blacksmith. Okay. And former slave who achieved the considerable success as a slave owner before the American Civil War. It was like being a slave owner. It was like you made it or something. He became a slave owner. Like you made it. He eventually became a major planter and one of the wealthiest property owners in the state. According to 1860 census, which his surname was listed as Ellerson, throughout his life, he owned up to 171 black slaves in South Carolina and Georgia, making him one of the most significant slave owners in the region. Now, you remember I showed you Standard Form 181 and those identifications. Also showed you in section 2 of that 1740 South Carolina thing. It was based on your looks. You had to identify yourself, or you would be considered to be a slave or something like that, or an employee. You see what I'm saying? Or we could bring you in as an employee to be working. Now, it's either you're a boss or you're an employee. You're working for somebody. And most of the time, that employee, you're an employee, you're an apprentice. So they make William Ellis and they turn the slave narrative from an apprenticeship to can't see in the morning to can't see at night. Torn clothes and chitlins. See what I'm saying? Now, said he held 63 slaves at his death in more than 900 acres of land. How about these other 100 plus so-called employees end up having and completing their apprenticeship and starting their own businesses, their own plantations? How about that he had 171 so-called apprenticeships, apprentices come through his company that he taught and trained? How about that? Now, if I come and I'm working for my dad and we working on the house, come on, man, we're gonna go work. I gotta do this project over here. Come on, come work for me. Knowing he probably gonna give me a few dollars, whatever, feed me. You know what I'm saying? Am I owed a certain amount? No. He's showing me something. What am I going to be doing? Sweeping, picking up stuff, throwing it in the trash in the garbage bin. That's it. He's going to be showing, hey, hold this right here. And then he's talking to me while he's doing. This is measurements here. This is how you do that. Measure that for me. You know, a little step by step thing. That's what happens. But it's a whole slave plantation thing. And you got people like Dr. Claude Anderson up here making this shit an emotional track. What y'all should do is go on back. Y'all should go back too then. You guys should go on back to Europe, go back to North Africa and take over your empire. That's what you need to do. You see, this is why they're not going back. That's why they won't go back. Because they know if they go back, they got to go back to where? They got to go back to Europe, not West Africa, not where the Mali Empire was supposed to be and the Ghanaian Empire was supposed to be. Nah, you're not going there. You're going up a little bit high, or we're going a little bit more north, as you would say, on a flat plane, going that way. Now, let's go to his early life here. Okay. Nope. Here you go right here. All right. So look, here we go. So it says Ellison and his sons were among a number of successful free people of color in the antebellum years. But Ellison's master had passed on social capital by apprenticing him to learn a valuable artisan trade as a cotton gin maker. Well, I'll be damned. You see the first paragraph is so conjecture and this whole little thing. So now you just forget about everything you read after that. So you come back to the second paragraph, and now we can discern and comprehend what it actually happened. So this right here is your popular narrative. You find out the key things in there and the facts within that. And then you come to the second paragraph, and it says exactly what he was, and that was an apprentice. It gets better. It gets better. It says after buying his own freedom when he was 26. Okay. See, they use the word freedom. But remember, we have our sovereign citizen, right? We have our sovereign citizen day, where when you reach the age of majority or you finish your training in your apprenticeship, you can now buy your own freedom. Being that you are of the age of majority, and now you can tend to your own affairs. And then your mother and your father will let you go. You can go get your wife, and you see he didn't leave the house till he was 26. He was married at 21, and he didn't leave the house till he was 26. 5 years. Something to that. So they now want to throw in, a few years later, Ellison purchased his wife and their children to protect them from sales as slaves. To protect them from sales as slaves. So you married her at 21. And then at 26, you bought your own freedom, and then you bought hers. Right. Okay. Now, the Act of 1820 made it more difficult for slaveholders to make personal manumissions. Manumission or enfranchisement is the act of freeing slaves by their owners. Enfranchisement. Different approaches to manumission were developed, each specific to the time and place. Enfranchisement. All right. Not going to spend no time on that jargon. So it says, but Ellison gained freedom for his sons and a quasi-freedom for his surviving daughter. During the American Civil War, Ellison and his sons supported the Confederate States of America. During the American Civil War, Ellison and his sons supported the Confederate States of America. How are you supporting the Confederate States of America? And these are supposed to be all white people who don't like niggas. How is that possible? And gave the government substantial donations. The government. They took their money though, right? So they supported. They didn't say, I don't know if you fought. Okay, so a grandson fought in the regular Confederate Army and survived the war. So Ellison and his sons supported the Confederate States of America. Paid money. Here you go. Right? Early life and education. William Ellison Jr. was named April by his master when born into slavery about 1790 on a plantation near Winnsboro, South Carolina. The name indicated the month he was born, which was a common slave naming practice at the time. In 1800 to 1802, the man April was documented as owned by William Ellison, but he is William Ellison Jr. Hold on, man. Let me see who's in the building, man. This is sad. Now, are you going to name your slave after you and then call him Junior? Yeah. All right. So look. All right. So the April is documented as owned by William Ellison, Fairfield County, the son of Robert Ellison, a planter. So you got 3 generations. So Robert Ellison was a planter. You see, they ain't got no links on these guys. You see that? They ain't got no links on these guys. Now, I'm just showing you the discrepancies on what they have going on in their information. This is where Wikipedia can really try to act as a confusion. This is why people run from Wikipedia, because they don't want to take the time to destruct this Wikipedia and be able to find the gem in there. You're not naming your slave after you. You're not calling him Junior. That's what you're not doing. You're not going to call him Junior. Why would you do that? This is the whole trickery that they're doing with this slave thing, right? The whole trickery. So now we got 3 of them, right? So these are Ellison people. Now we know he's black. He's a junior, so we know he's black. His daddy's black. So his daddy, Robert Ellison, black, planters in South Carolina. So we got that. So this is South Carolina. So we know that Charles also is black. Why? Was an American founding father planter. Now, when you look at the planter class, right? If you're looking right here in this picture, do you guys see this picture? Do you see this picture? Let me enlarge this for you. See, this is where you get to a point where you can't let your eyes deceive you. What do we see here? Isn't that an afro? That's an afro. Isn't that curly hair? If you look at her, doesn't she look like a light-skinned sister? Don't he look like a light-skinned sister? Now you got this one darker, but we don't know. She's dressed pretty nice herself. She got something on top of her head. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Just saying, people. Use your discernment. All right. Now, I want to go to somebody else, right? So, you know, my last couple pictures I got on my live that I'm promoting is really what we would consider to be one of the most prominent people that we definitely know was a brother. And that is Paul Cuffee. Now, what I'm going to do is we looked at South Carolina. We looked at this time, right? 1790. Right. He was born in 1790. We just saw 2 other generations above him, his father and his grandfather. Right. So we could easily say that 100 years go by. You're looking at these Ellisons going back to the 1690s. We know that they're in the one of the 13 colonies. So it's safe to say that if they came in here as planters, they were either converted Indians that decided to do business with the United States, or these were Huguenots, right? Conversos of some sort. Okay. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go right here. Let's go to. I don't want to do that one yet. I want to come over here to. We probably won't get to that. Here we go. So this is one of the famous guys. He's at Harvard or Columbia now. I don't know where he at. That talks about African Americans. Now watch how these people just go all over the place. See what I'm saying? How these people just go all over the place. This is how they go all over the place. But you gotta find the gym. Okay. All right. Now it says, who led the first Back to Africa effort? Now keep them dates in mind that I gave you from these other people, right? So it says the person who spearheaded the first Black initiated Back to Africa effort in U.S. history, according to the historian Donald R. Wright, was also the first free African American to visit the White House and have an audience with a sitting president. He was Paul Cuffee, a sea captain and an entrepreneur who was perhaps the wealthiest Black American of his time. Now, we just looked at Ellison and we looked at Pinckney. And Pinckney's was wealthy. William Ellison and his families, wealthy. He's supposed to be more wealthier than him. More importantly, on top of that, he's a sea captain and an entrepreneur and spoke at the White House after being a slave. And now he's a free African American. And he jumps right into stardom. Unbelievable. Now, here we go. Cuffee was born in Cuttyhunk Island off southern Massachusetts on January 17, 1759, and died on September 17, 1817. Yeah, he lived a fast life because he didn't live that long. He was one of 10 children of a freed slave, a farmer named Kofi Slocum. In parentheses, Kofi is a Twi word for a boy born on Friday. So we know that he was an Ashanti from Ghana. You see it's in parentheses though, right? He bracket that thing off. He don't know that to be true. But watch how he ties this thing together. It's going to be beautiful. I know, I can't help it. I can't just read. I got to give some life to it. Watch how he brings this together. And then he corrects himself without letting anybody know that he corrected himself and gave you the point. Kofi anglicized his name to Cuffee. All right. Paul's mother, this is Paul Cuffee's mother, was Ruth Moses. Not Mbaka Ndaka. No. Ruth Moses. A Wampanoag Indian. A Wampanoag, cross that out, American Indian. He ended up marrying a member of the Pequot tribe from Martha's Vineyard, Alice Pickett. Now, you guys know that the wealthiest of the wealthiest people live in Martha's Vineyard. Now, you know you pretty much can't find so-called black man or black woman there. I mean, you can find the Obamas. They got a spot over there. You know what I'm saying? Got a few people that have something over there. I think, oh boy, that's from Atlanta, that producer, I think he has something over there. That is considered to be all white. And it was all white for a second. But where did they get it from? Obviously, the Pequot people owned or owns Martha's Vineyard. All right. Now, Kofi in 1766, Kofi, this is his father, supposed to be from Africa. He's supposed to be from Ghana. Let me say this. Supposed to be Ashanti from Ghana, right? Remember, Ashanti from Ghana. In 1766, right? So this is 7 years after Paul Cuffee was born. 7 years after he was born. He ended up purchasing a 116-acre farm in Dartmouth, Massachusetts. You guys know where Dartmouth is? You know, they got a Ivy League school out there. Black people don't go there. It's very few. So he had a 116-acre farm in Dartmouth, Massachusetts. Dartmouth University is Dartmouth. Okay? On Buzzards Bay, which he left upon his death in 1772 to Paul and his brother. So this is what he's born in 1759. He's 13 years old. To Paul and his brother John. So he's born into a slave. He was free slave. How was he a free slave? And he was only 12 or 13 years old, and his daddy already had 116 acres, but he was free? By whom? By whom? And he had a brother, John. When his father died, Paul changed his surname from Slocum to Cuffee. Okay? We'll just take that for face value. That's not important. And begin what will prove to be an extraordinary successful life at sea. Starting as a whaler, then moving into maritime trading, working for who? Who was he apprentice of? His father. Paul Cuffee eventually bought and built ships, developing his own maritime enterprise that involved trading the length of the U.S. Atlantic coast with trips to the Caribbean and Europe. Free slave doing all this, huh? What happened to you can't read? What happened to you can't see in the morning, can't see at night? What happened to all that? What happened? What am I missing here? Yeah, it's getting tiring. Yeah, I know. It's getting tiring. Okay, now. Where are we at here? Okay, here we go. All right, it says Cuffee's dream was that free African Americans and free slaves could establish a prosperous. You know what I'm saying? See, they all have the same conversation. See, same thing Dr. Claude is saying and what Henry Louis Gates is saying. See, he's using African Americans and Claude is using black. Wasn't no such thing as African Americans back then. Wasn't no such thing as black people back then. I just showed you, and that's why I gave you this South Carolina breakdown. I showed you that law, those laws that they was trying to implement through Congress. Black went in there. It was Negro, Indian, mulatto, mestizo. That's it. And like I showed you, Charles Pinckney was one of the drafters and signers. And you don't think that Paul Cuffee didn't have nothing to do with this stuff as well? Because he was doing this before or right during, you're talking about right during the American Revolution. His dad was in that picture too. And he was doing that right after the fact. He was going to the White House, having everybody sitting there at his feet while he talking. What are we doing here? I mean, come on. You guys got to stop this. Why they got to be free? The only thing that you can say is that they was freed from whatever persecution they was going through behind their faith, their ideals, or what they was doing at that time. And there was a change of the guard, and they consciously decided to leave. Everything I read, they decided to leave. If they stayed, they had to follow the rules. You don't, you got to go. Bye. You can leave, but you're going to leave your stuff here, though. Take what you can, but all this stays. The smart ones, the ones we got to deal with. The smart ones did the converso thing and then came over and played 007. Played both sides of the fence and worked them English people or worked that new guard, I should say, in order to get some control over here. And then, but eventually was with these people and created this whole rebellion, roughly speaking. Now, it says Cuffee's visit to the White House happened like this. the U.S. established an embargo on British goods in 1807. And relations were worsening with Great Britain. On April 19, 1812, U.S. Customs in Westport seized Cuffee's ship and its cargo upon its return from Sierra Leone and Great Britain as being in violation of the embargo. He's already in Sierra Leone and Great Britain. This guy was moving. And this is what the problem. What do you think these tariffs is about? Embargoes. You're taking your over there. Now, on May 12, 1812, he went to the White House where he met with Secretary of the Treasury, Albert Gallatin, with Madison himself, who greeted him warmly and ordered that his goods be returned. Madison queried Cuffee about his recent visit to Sierra Leone and his ideas about African-American colonization of the new British colony. Madison, James Madison. Madison queried Cuffee. So that's like an inquiry, right? Like inquiry. So he queried Cuffee like, hey man, what you see over there in Sierra Leone, man? I know you good. I mean, Cuffee like, yeah, man, this is what I see over there. You know what I mean? What you got? Yeah, I need to know about what your ideas about this colonization over this new British colony. What you thinking? He was about to go in business. He was going into business with the British. So you notice that new group, right? It's late 1700s, 1800s. Let's go late 18th century, early 19th century. So that means these people were still doing business. Probably think I'm all over the place. I'm not. I'm still making a connection with these people within these 13 colonies, still doing business over there. This is why people was having a problem. This is why they was getting, that's why he got in trouble with that embargo. Look, you're supposed to be doing business. All the money is supposed to be here for the United States, but a lot of them were still doing business over there with the British. That new group that controlled things. And we know Paul Cuffee is the brother. Keep that in mind. Don't forget about that. Paul Cuffee is a brother. So if he's talking to James Madison and you got this dude, Albert Gallatin, what would you think they look like? Because remember, we're still talking about the 13 colonies. We're barely getting into the 19th century now. Remember, we're just getting past the Continental Congress where we had 9 presidents that they said were all Huguenots, Moors, and Sephardi, and that whole Moorish group. That was the Continental Congress, right? All right. So he said the British had founded a settlement there for London's Committee of the Black Poor. It was called the Province of Freedom in 1787. Freetown was founded as a settlement for free slaves in 1792, the year when the Black Loyalists, including George Washington's former slave, Harry Washington, here we go again, when actually George Washington was an indentured servant, right, arrived from Nova Scotia. You know, that's the tip of Canada, right, close to Europe, Iberia. Okay. In 1808, Sierra Leone became a colony. Cuffee's dream was that free African Americans, free slaves could establish a prosperous colony in Africa, one based on immigration and trade. As Wright put it, Cuffee hoped to send at least one vessel each year to Sierra Leone, transporting African American settlers and goods to the colony and returning with marketable African products. No, what they did was Firestone tires. You got Firestone tires, rubber. That's what they took out there. Rubber trees. They planted rubber trees out there. That's what they were doing. amongst other things they was planning. Okay, Sierra Leone was already populated in part by former American slaves who had received their freedom by running away from their masters and joining the British as black loyalists in the Revolutionary War. You got it? Former American slaves who had received their freedom by running away from their masters. Now they're American. Now they are American. Wait a minute. Where's the African part at? See, he think he's slick. You're not slick, buddy. The African Americans, and now the African Americans coming over here and they're free to go back, and now you're talking about Americans that went prior. Get out of here, dude. When the British lost to the Americans, many of these black loyalists were settled in Nova Scotia. And when conditions were provided too harsh, they're proved too harsh, they had petitioned to be relocated in Sierra Leone. Now, that's a damn lie. That's not true. Why would they do that? See, but now all of a sudden, these people are Americans. But now, when you say free, they're African Americans. See what I'm saying? The black settlers of Sierra Leone. See where we're going with this? But that's what I want to show you. See how he switches everything up, and you actually discredited him. Now, what I want to do is real quickly, I want to show you these ships that he had. Let me show you these ships. These are ships built and owned by Paul Cuffee and often Michael Weiner. Michael Weiner, I think, married his sister or something like that. Now, this is coming from paulcuffee.org. You can go look up paulcuffee.org. You can find it right there. Got different links. So 1778, he is 20. He was born in 1759. So 1778, he's 19 and 20. Built small sailing boat with brother, David. 1784, trading on a 12-ton schooner bought with brother-in-law, Michael Weiner. Okay, how old is he right now? 25. 1787. Just add 3 more years. He's 28. He ain't even hit 30 yet. Sunfish, 25-ton schooner. And he's naming them. 25-ton schooner. Cuffee and Weiner as owners. 1792, built Mary, 42-ton schooner. 1795, built Ranger. They just getting bigger and bigger. Look at these. Built it. 62 feet square stern schooner. Sold Mary and Sunfish. So he sold them and built this. 1801, built Hero, 162-ton. Hero. These are English words. These are American words. Hero, 162-ton brig, owned with Isaac Corey, Sr. and Jr. Cuffee had 1/4 interest. 1806, built Alpha, 268-ton ship. Cuffee had 3/4 interest. And Lemuel Milk, 1/4 interest. 1807, built Traveler, 109-ton brig. Members of Cuffee Weiner's family. It just says who the members are here. All right. All right. All right. All right, cool. No, we're not going there yet. That's a house. That's supposed to be his estate right there. It was building houses back there like that. He was building. Where is it at? Ships. Okay. So what we'll do is I thought I had the other thing coming up here, but what I want to do is I want to show this one thing on Paul Cuffee. I found this article, and I felt this to be genuine. I felt it to be genuine. See what I'm saying? Felt it to be genuine. All right. It says the good heart. A genuinely good heart is a heart that is open. That's a quote. Now let's come down here. Now this is what he is saying he's called. Priest Paul, 1757 to 1812. So they got him at 1757. Paul Cuffee, born in 1757, was a Shinnecock Indian and an ordained Presbyterian minister and missionary. Now, Henry Louis Gates didn't mention that not one time. He said that he was a free African American. Now, you need this guy over here, this white man over here, to actually tell the truth. But you got this nigga over here telling you lies. First thing come on the line. See, and this is where people like this, they like going against these black people. They have fun doing it because it's like, look, I got to tell your people the truth. You want to tell us lies because you want to check or something. I don't know. What is it? It's more of the authority. You want to feel like you have some power. That's why I showed you about them people in Congress talking about their power that they have and they losing it. See what I'm saying? But nevertheless. So, said he was a Shinnecock Indian and an ordained minister who, like his grandfather, Peter John. Now, didn't he say his daddy's name was Kofi from the Ashanti people? Supposed to be a Twi language. And he says his grandfather is Peter John. That means Peter John is Shinnecock too. So that means Kofi is Shinnecock too. Okay, just like his grandfather preached among the Indian communities of Long Island. During his youth, Cuffee had been an indentured servant to a Wading River farmer who became an enthusiastic convert in his early 20s. An indentured servant to a Wading River farmer. So Cuffee was working as an apprentice with this Wading River farmer who became an enthusiastic convert in his early 20s. So he converted in his early 20s, he converted to Presbyterian. And that is one of the groups that came with the Huguenots. That was the other group that I mentioned. I think I mentioned it, or I don't know if I mentioned in the Calvinists and all these different ideologies that was going on. They like to call it faiths or whatever. It's ideology. Now, Cuffee ministered to Native American communities, including a small reservation called Poospatuck, present-day Mastic Beach. Canoe Place, Hampton Bays, got the Hamptons. And in the end, another area, the Hamptons, oof, same thing, the Hamptons. Yeah, this is where them brothers, yes, the Hamptons. And in the end, Montauk. Known as Priest Paul, large crowds attended his services in order to hear his vigorous and eloquent preaching. Because of Cuffee's efforts, a permanent presence of Native Americans was maintained in the area, resulting in the establishment of prayer, meeting grounds in several locations. These became safe havens for diplomatic talks and places where indigenous people could practice spirituality. Many of European descent joined in the effort of ensuring that Native Americans on Long Island could retain what little land they had left. Part of Cuffee's legacy, even today, is the ceremonial June meeting for the Shinnecock tribe, which includes a Christian worship service. Paul Cuffee is mentioned in Harriet Beecher Stowe's famous anti-slavery novel, Uncle Tom's Cabin. It's mentioned. Now, can we blow this up? Can we blow that up? What does that say? I'm going to let y'all look. Just go ahead and look. Just go ahead and look. it says Indian preacher. Now, we're not gonna overlook. See, we don't overlook here. Just because he said Indian, I don't care about the other stuff. We're not gonna overlook the fact that he was a proselyte. He proselytized. He was an evangelical proselyte. So that new stuff that was being brought in, you see the connections now with Paul Cuffee, with these Huguenots, Moors, and Sephardims that was coming over here with these new ideas, and it was more about these Huguenots than anything else. That these people that actually had connections with these Huguenots, and was like this guy was a convert. The guy that worked for him was a convert. So he looked at it. So it had to be something that he saw that was similar in nature that he can gravitate to. And then he actually proselytized to Paul Cuffee, and he ended up taking it over. I mean, not taking it over, but running with it as well. Okay. Now, you see right here, now I can read. Okay, so it says Indian preacher, grave of Reverend Paul Cuffee of the Shinnecock tribe, 1790 to 1812. Grandson and successor to Reverend Peter John and Samson Occam. So you see, he put the Slocum, he put an SL in front of him, Slocum. He said Slocum, but it's Occam. So you got Peter John Occam and Samson Occam. So I guess probably his brother or something, Peter John's brother, probably his uncle or something like that. But this Paul Cuffee, I guess this Cuffee name came from somewhere. Who knows? But we do have right here that he is Indian number 1, Shinnecock number 2, and not an African slave, not African American, none of that. He's none of that. This is where people got to, if you're gonna have debates and argue points, you got to do better research. You hear me? Trying to show you how to do this. You know, these people, you know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about. Now, all right, so it says, so that's just where he's buried and things like that. Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. That's it. That is it. And that's this guy right here. This guy, Harry Allegory. He goes there. Hey. Anybody want to argue that? I don't know. But I got the ships. I had other places that he went. I didn't bring that up. But what I'm going to do, I want to where is it at? There it is. All right. I found this article. It's a bunch of chapters to it, but this is chapter 3 is on Muslim Jews. Now, I don't know if you guys ever heard of this before, so don't get shocked. All right. Muslim and Jews. What do you mean, Coach? Well, it ain't about what I mean. This is about what I found. No, this says Muslim Jews. This is a quote. It says, a Jew is not a Jew until he converts to Islam. This is from Peter the Venerable, 1094 to 1156. 1094 to 1156. It says in 2005, let me blow this up a little bit more. And then let me bring it. Hold on, let's go here. Let me go to 180. There we go. Okay, let's go to 178. No, let's go to 170. All right, here we go. All right, it says 2005, around the time I was thinking about the Moorish legacy in New Mexico. The Moorish legacy in New Mexico. And indeed, all of the Americas. Tom Rice, an American writer of Jewish heritage, published the story of an enigmatic Jew with the Muslim name of Kurban Said, considered to be the Shiite nation Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan's national writer and author of Ali and Nino, a love story between a Christian girl and a Muslim boy set during the early 20th century oil boom in the wildly cosmopolitan atmosphere of Baku. When Rice later came across a book titled Blood and Oil in the Orient, he found out that Kurban Said was another name for Esad Bey, both pseudonyms of Lev Nusanbam, known throughout the world as a Muslim writer. Nusanbam published 16 books, most of them international bestsellers, and one enduring masterpiece, all by the age of 30. But he refused to be branded or categorized from the outside and was therefore an ideological Houdini, becoming a racial and religious cross-dresser in a decade when race and religion were as fixed as a death sentence. He was born on a train between Zurich and Baku to Abraham Nusanbam, an Ashkenazi Jew and oil-rich millionaire, one of the wealthiest men in the city, and a revolutionary mother, also an Ashkenazi Jew, probably from a right? So this geographical area to which Jews of the Russian Empire were confined after 1791, who apparently plotted with Stalin against her own bourgeois husband and committed suicide by drinking acid in 1911 or 1912 when Lev was 6 or 7. Lev grew up amid the tolerance, multiculturalism, of Muslim rule in the Caucasus, not in the virulent anti-Semitic culture of Russia. So did you guys know that the Muslims ran the Caucasus? All right. Now, I'm trying to get to this part. I had to give you this background. Where is it at? Okay. Let me see if this is it. When he discovered the Kipta or Bani Israel, the mountain Jews of Azerbaijan, speaking a medieval dialect of Persian, he found them to be indistinguishable from their Muslim neighbors. He even believed that the two were sworn allies against the West. No wonder then that Nusanbam reinvented his father as a descendant of Turkic and Persian aristocrats. Now, I know that was born. It's like, get to it. What I'm showing you is that all of these people are related. You can't go off contemporary information. I'm just going to call it information. Or we would even consider it to be research. You see what I'm saying? It's hard to do. It's hard to go off of that because it's centered off of one thing, right? White supremacy. Everything is centered off of that. Now, the empires, right? Because it's all stemmed from American history, right? American history. All of these groups stem? Are all these groups stem? Do they all stem from the Mayans? We're just going off popular words, popular terms, and names that we know. Do all these people stem or originate from the Mayans? I've shown that. The travels, the names, the connections, the other countries and their scripts, their religious texts, and any text that they do have in regards to their relationship to the Mayan. The Hindus did a great job of showing the connection. The other groups have those same connections. We looked at Queen Mu, everything is still there. And how they know their connection from there. We looked at the Book of Kings, the coming forth by day and by night, and how they bragged about the fact that they come from, that stocked from what we call the beautiful land, or Ta-Mary, or also to be considered America. But these whole groups, it's hard for us to connect to these groups because these groups are now considered to be white. You see what I'm saying? They're all white. So we don't want to have no connection with them. And there's a lot of emotions in there. I guarantee you, if people came to this channel, knew this channel was here, and they came over here and heard me talk about that, they would come up here to scream and cuss and talk crazy. Guaranteed. They will not be able to have an intellectual conversation because they will be out of their mind. They think the Mayans are white or native looking. Okay. Let me go here real quick. After a brief stay in Italy in 1921, where the anti-Bolshevik movement, and you really need to check out who these people were, these Bolsheviks. That's why you need to get the pawns in the game. These Bolsheviks, Karl Marx, all these people. You remember the guy that played the piano, right? Beethoven. You remember the writer? Peter, what's his name? Peter, what is his name? What is the guy that developed, that created the language, the Russian language that we know today? Peter something. Help me out, somebody. Help me out. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Peter something. But nevertheless, they say, well, these were Moors. That Beethoven's name is Tovin Bey, is what Booker T. Coleman says. You know, they actually agree with that. That his name was actually Tovin Bey, not Beethoven. And the same thing with Peter something. I can't think of his name right now. We actually developed the Russian language. These were Moors. But let's read this stuff. Okay, so the anti-Bolshevik movement of fascism was being born, and Mussolini was highly praised by European and American leaders. The Nussenbaums went to Paris, the center of white Russian exiles, and home to Lev's mother's relatives. Ironically, the white Russian exodus was the first of its kind. Now you see this white is in capital. It's capital. Exodus was the first of its kind in 20th century Europe, and only the expulsion of the Jews in 1492. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did I read that correctly? Hold on. Let me do it. Let me do it again. Let me do it again. After a brief stay in Italy in 1921, where the anti-Bolshevik movement of fascism was being born. Now, this is Italy. This is Italy now. Right? So where the anti-Bolshevik movement of fascism was being born, and Mussolini was highly praised by European and American leaders. The Nussenbaums went to Paris, the center of white Russian exiles. Where's Paris at? France? Paris, France, right? Yeah, Paris, France. Remember the location we're at, right? So where are we at in our location? Isn't that the seat of the Moorish Roman Empire? Isn't that where the Carthaginians started setting up shop over there? Isn't that the Phoenicians, one of their Punics? Their satellite offices? Yeah, I think so. All right, so it says center of white Russian exiles and home to Lev's mother's relatives. We still don't know who Lev is. We don't care. Ironically, the white Russian exodus was the first of its kind in 20th century Europe. White Russian exodus. And only the expulsion of the Jews in 1492 in Rye's view can be compared to it. See, this white Russian in capital is actually talking about a people, right? That's a proper noun. That is a noun. That is a noun. Because we're talking about, that's a pronoun, white Russian. So here we go. So you're telling me that in the 20th century, Europe, these white Russian, these are considered to be Russians, exodus, exiles. So they're talking about an exodus. But remember, where are all these people going? We didn't even talk about that because we're talking about the 20th century here. This is 1900s. Okay? This is the 20th century Europe. So these white Russians were released. And there was an exodus, them going everywhere. We know a lot of them came over here. But you remember also that in Italy, right, in Godfather 1, right, in the movie Godfather 1, the father, which became the Don, came from where? Sicily. Sicily, that is the southernmost part of Italy, and that Sicily is connected, as I showed, to North Africa. Now, the Sicilians tell you that, yeah, we're not Italian at all. We're not that. So this Italy term became something that was more connected with this Bolshevik movement and fascism in order to uproot a people that moved out. And for some reason, they called them white Russians. Interesting why they would do that. I have my own thoughts, but I'm going to leave that to myself. So we know about the famous forms, right? We know about the famous forms. Famous forms is when all these people started coming over here in ships in the early 1900s. We do know that. See, now we got a date with all this stuff where these people started getting dropped off over into America in New York, Ellis Island. But that wasn't the only place they was being dropped off at. Okay. Now, of course, There was a historic irony in that the Russians now found themselves in a position mirroring that of the Jews throughout the millennia. For entering the 20th century, Russia had been the capital of world anti-Semitism. After much thought, it was decided that the by now rather odd 16-year-old All right, enough of that. Enough of that. Now, I did not pull that thing up. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Where'd that thing go? Where that thing at, man? There we go. Damn. Where that thing go? It's an article. Did not wear that. Yeah, that's some bullshit right there. Yeah, I spent some time looking at this stuff. There we go. That's what I was looking for. All right, so if you look right here, this is called an act to abolish white slavery. Now, let me just read this. There's something that's to it. Let me just read this. I think I got this from Amani Bay. So it says, bill to abolish white slavery in the South. The following is the full text of the bill introduced in the House on Monday by Mr. Van Trump of Ohio, in which was referred to the Committee on the Judiciary, being enacted that on and after the 4th of July, 1871, there shall be in the states lately in rebellion neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except for the punishment of crime. Now, this is going on in the South. Remember, this is now been implemented in the state constitutions and the United States Constitution. This is why I'm telling you that the United States was adopting these articles, or not these articles, but these amendments from the states. That same line comes from there, but it gets better. So it says, so of or among the white denizens of such states. So keep that denizens in mind. Commonly denominated the Caucasian race, except for the punishment of crime or of or among the white denizens of such states, commonly denominated the Caucasian race, contradistinguished from the higher caste of American citizens of African descent. Where is this coming from? Where is this coming from? Let's see here. Such states commonly denominate the Caucasian race contradistinguished from the higher caste of American citizens of African descent, and that white persons, as a special act of grace and favor, shall forever and hereafter have, hold, and possess all the rights, privileges, immunities, and franchises as the said dominant colored Ethiopian race now possess in all of the late rebellious states as aforesaid. The dominant colored Ethiopian race. They're called, now who are these Ethiopian people? See, this is where I need some help. You see, I'm not going to come up here and act like I know. Some of this stuff don't make sense. See, this is where people get this whole lump. They want to lump the whole United States of America up in one. No, these states have their own constitutions. They have their own way of doing things. They still have their own ways of doing things. They came together as a union. And when you're coming in as a union, you're talking about labor, working, employment, and what comes with that, taxation. And they had to come into that position because divided, they fall. Together we stand, divided, we fall. And that was their saying. Divided we stand, united we fall. Period. So they had to unite or they'll be done. And the indigenous nations was not going to sit here and keep doing business with these groups individually. They're like, nah, y'all gotta get it together. You guys got to follow our way of doing things and get it together. Or we yon. You know, we'll take back our lands and we give y'all a certain amount of time to hightail it up out of here. But who is this Ethiopian race? Who are these Caucasians? Who are now these American citizens that be of African descent? Who are these people? Is it the groups that I named? Is it these Indians that have mixed with some of these people that I named? We don't know. But this is what it says right here. I wish I could remember what article he got this from, but yeah. But let's continue reading the rest. It says that the president of the U.S. be fully authorized to employ all the military force of the nation to carry out the provisions of this act. So, president, military force is 1870. Now, this Ethiopian race, this is 71. July 4th, 1871. Independence. All right. I thought that was interesting. Now you remember they always talk about it was the Islam on the sword, right? Islam or the sword. They talk about these Africans. They enslaved these Africans. But I'm showing you that these Arabs were converts. They actually came in and was working with these other people. But see, this is the whole connection that is confusing. I mean, it's confusing. Okay, so this says white slave trade of the Arabs. Whilst the Arabs have been acknowledged as a prime force in the early uses of slaves from Africa. Very little has been written about their uses of white slaves, whether they were part of the Russian slave trade, those kidnapped by Arab pirates. However, in recent years, the research of some others have been The origins of African slavery. Now, this is in the New York Review of Books by David Bryan Davis. Let's see what this says. Then we can shut it down. Origins of African slavery in the New World cannot be understood without some knowledge of the millennium of warfare between Christians and Muslims that took place in the Mediterranean and Atlantic, and the piracy and kidnapping that went along with it. In 1627, remember, Anthony Johnson got here in 1621. This is a brother now. Got here. I don't know if he's a brother, but he's got that skin tone. Got that copper color of some sort. But it says this is 1627, right? So in 1627, pirates from the Barbary coast of North Africa. So we know where that's at now. We know who was those people, and this is 1627. So you know it's not the older group of people because they're over in the Americas now. They're over in Americas and the Netherlands. They're in Ireland, Scotland. They're in the Middle East, what they call the Middle East, and Africa, Egypt, Palestine, Saudi Arabia. They're all up in the interior. Okay. So, it said, raided distant Iceland and enslaved nearly 400 astonished residents. In 1617, Muslim pirates have long enslaved Christians along the coast of Spain, France, Italy, and even Ireland. Okay, we know them four places right there. That is your seat, right? That's the Moorish Empire. That's the Carthaginians. That's the Roman Empire. That is the Phoenicians. That is the Canaanites and their descendants, the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Hivites. You got the Sidonians, right? Even before that, you got all these people. Okay? Keep that in mind. All right. Now, so down to the 1640s, there were many more English slaves in Muslim North Africa than African slaves under English control in the Caribbean. Indeed, a 1624 parliamentary proclamation estimated that the Barbary states held at least 1,500 English slaves, mostly sailors captured in the Mediterranean or Atlantic. All right. So we're talking the 1600s. We're not talking the 20th century. I just showed you the other article talking about this 20th century where they're talking about white Russians. Okay. Now we could talk about this white slaves and all this stuff. We could do all that, but what I want to do is I want to make it clear who is who. Now, the pale skin aspect of it is not really an issue. But what I have not seen all the way up until just now, these last two things I showed was talking about some white people with a capital W. And we don't even know that this capital W is really should be a capital. Just look like that's a title that they're using. White Russians. Just seems like that's a title. Right? So all this stuff that's going on during that time in Northwest Africa, you have a whole different outlook on it now. And the one aspect I want to give it to you is just watching this soccer. I've watched every single European country that had a soccer team playing had somebody that was swarthy of some sort. light to dark. There's even some people from England that was over here playing for the U.S. that was dark skinned. So, you know what I'm saying? So I want you guys to take that in consideration. And, you know, I want to get off of this because this stuff, like I said, people utilize too much time on this type of stuff. It's too much time being utilized on these conversations. That's why I did it this way. There's no way that you're going to tell me the ancient Egyptians was white. You're not going to tell me the Nubians was white. You're not going to tell me the Phoenicians was white. You're not going to tell me the Carthaginians are white. You're not going to do that. That's my middle glue. That is my middle glue. Now, you take it wherever you want to take it now. Take it wherever you want to take it. And show me where there was a pale skin invasion that whooped ass and took names absent a movie or a History Channel show or a National Geographic or PBS. Show me one where you can see a white infiltration that came with a mass numbers, where you're talking about tens of thousands of years of rulership or just dominance, influence around the world. Where are you going to find that at? You won't be able to find it. It's absolutely impossible. You cannot find it. Never will be. Can't happen. It can't happen. Now, what I did show, and it's kind of like my conclusion. You call it a conclusion. Now, what I did show was that when I got into a couple instruments and documents, that I did show that there was a white Russian exodus and expulsion equal to the number of the Sephardic Jews. So that's somewhere around 300,000 to 500,000 people. And that they call it white Russians. Now, just know we already showed that the Moors, the Romans, the Carthaginians, the Phoenicians, all had bases up there in Russia and the Caucasus. All right. Now, be that as it may, or may I say, with that being said, it is safe to say by me, I'm safe in saying that if you have a key person we identified 3, 4. Well, we identified 4, but we identified 3 of those 4 that we knew was swarthy. 3 of them, right? We had Charles Pinckney, couldn't get a picture on him. But we did have William Ellison, and they said he was an African American. So that means he was an American Indian, right? They also showed in that he was an apprentice of his father and his uncle and what he did on cotton gin. We also saw the same thing with Paul Cuffee. We saw Paul Cuffee actually was an Indian. He was a Shinnecock Indian from Long Island. We saw that he actually was adopted into the Presbyterian religion. So we'll know that also came from the Huguenot people as well, who brought their confederacy of ideologies over here. We then have somebody that actually is the progenitor of slavery in perpetuity, or what we'll call enslavement. We do have that now. We also do have somebody of all, well, not somebody, but we have all 3 of these, including the Pygmies, that influenced the United States of America, had conversations with presidents, have sailed the seas even after the times of the Phoenicians and the mythological stories, you want to call it, of the Mayans too as well, and the Egyptians. We do know, and we have facts, paulcuffee.org, that he did sail and went to Europe, Africa, the Caribbeans. He went all over the place, built ships, made money. You see? And Charles Pinckney was a signer, not just a signer, a drafter of the United States Constitution, Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. And we've seen that obviously the United States has adopted a lot of things from South Carolina. We saw William Ellison, he pretty much funded the Confederate Army. He funded the Confederate States of America. Right? We got that. We actually seen that this historic bloodline of Mayan people, or people that came into America after their expulsion, I would say, or after their movement, their migration to America and all the different places, came back home and basically set up shop and pretty much made great contributions. And in all of their writings and where they come from, have all gave homage and paid homage to the ancients who come from America. We also established the fact that white is a status. It's not a color by the sense of the skin. It's a color in the sense of the statute and code and the position you play. People of color, colorable law. Everything has its own color to it, which brings a statute along with it and a status. We actually took one of the elders, Dr. Claude Anderson, as well. Basically, what he talked about, and I pretty much put it right back on it. I put it on his face. That's out. That is out. You see what I'm saying? It's out. You can't go with this issue anymore. We can't talk about it. We're not talking about that anymore without any type of pushback. They're going to say, well, what is that? The link's in the chat. They're going to say, well, what's that? What do you mean, what's that? What's what? You telling me white folks can come over here? No, it wasn't no white folks. There wasn't no black folk either. No white folk, no black folk. No African Americans, no none of that. Not during that time. These were groups of people that within the structure of the 13 colonies and the 13 United States and all the things that they had, you had to go up under their statutes and codes and policies of how they function. Outside of that, you had to, you were then going to be called Negro, Indian, you know, most importantly, you was going to be called a mestizo or mulatto, or you're going to be called a slave. All of that, you was considered to be a slave. But don't take that slave word somewhere where it ain't supposed to be. That slave word is something that is exactly what it means. Now, the most important thing is a prisoner of war. Now, that's something totally different. Nevertheless, we have made the establishment that at least you know that all of these people that ended up in America during that time when the United States came were of different shades. Doesn't matter. Show me where there was a time where all the people up there turned pale. What happened? Show it to me. If you can't show it to me, it's done. Unrebutted, what becomes the truth, and what? You better know it. But anyway, appreciate everybody. I know this is boring. You know, I had to do the boring stuff. This is boring. I don't like doing this stuff, but I had to. Had to be done. Had to put it out there. You know what I'm saying? I would be considered to be extreme. I see you in the back, Chief I Am. Hold on a sec. You see what I'm saying? I had to do it. Everybody is afraid. I'm looking for people. The only people not afraid to talk about this is pale skins. They'll talk about it. They'll tell you. They'll tell you all these people. They'll tell all these connections. That's why I showed these articles. Got more. But we'll do that another time. Way down the time. Shit, I want to get back to this banking and this mortgage and this law. That's what I want to get on. But anyway, appreciate everybody. Hey, look. Let me check out everybody. D Cobb, what's going on, brother? Beat active. What's going on, brother or sister? I don't know. I don't know none of your business. What's happening? Darvis, what's happening? All right, Chief I Am, what's going on, brother? Yep, I was not looking at the chat. I don't look at the chat because I will get distracted. Nope. Anybody else that was here, appreciate you being here. Let's go. What's up, Chief I Am? What you got for me?
Peace, Coach. Peace, Coach, man. How you doing? Long time no speak, man.
Yeah, man. I'm not even going to ask how I did because I know I butchered a lot of stuff, but I just wanted to lay the foundation, you know. Let's see if I get a rise out of them, Chief I Am, but I know these cats ain't gonna come bite.
Oh man, look, you've been dangling the bait in the water.
Yeah, man.
About 2 months consistently now. So
damn.
Yeah, man.
Like coming though, Chief, they don't want to come over here. I don't think want to come over here.
Well, you know,
talk to me. I just want them to come talk to me.
Yeah. Hey, but you know what it is? Like, they eventually gonna have to talk to those who have been saying these things from the beginning to understand what's going on now, right? Because like what's going on with the stock market? Like, what's going on right now? Like, are they about to ditch the fake dollar? Right? Has Edom outlived his own rank? You know what I mean? Like, this is a crazy time that we in. And shout out to you for trying to bring people up to speed. It's a great work that you're doing, brother. It really is, man. And
just try to give them a little, not trying to do too much. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to do too much. I won't be trying to sound all extra advanced. You know what I mean? I just want to give them a little bit. Just at least get the feelings out of it. You know what I'm saying? At least you could kind of think straight.
So let me give you my critique just from listening. And I just got back in town, leaving back out on Friday to go back to the Columbia. But right, you brought up that document that was talking about the Muslim Jew. And me, as well as I believe Brother Darvis Baylock, is it Baylock or Baylark? Yourself and maybe a couple other brothers have been telling the world for the last 2-3 years that the Moors are the Israelites. And I know you haven't went there yet. You're about to keep breaking it down, and I'm loving to see you work and do what you're doing. It's masterful. It's masterful, bro. But yeah, man, it's a good thing to watch, B. It's like to see you, like to go through these different literatures, these primary resources, and their idea, like when you just went to Ethiopian, and historically that means burnt face. The people who are burnt under the sun.
That's
People
right.
from the sun.
That's
basically.
right.
And like I put in the chat, man. It was Amos 9 and 7. So it's like, it's beautiful to see, man. I love watching you work, man. I'll be in the chat though. I'll be hoping you be watching the chat, but yeah, maybe you shouldn't because you got to stay focused on what you're doing. But
yeah, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to put that chat up there where I can take a look. I think there's something over here I gotta ask. Yeah. But no, I mean, it's like
like the Moors are the people of the burnt face. Whoa.
That part. You know what I'm saying? And it's like they can't
and they're also Israel. They're also Jews.
Yeah, from 6,000, I pretty much put a mark on it from what you would consider the beginning of what the Bible says in Genesis to now. I mean, let's just say to the expulsion of the Moors that you from their seat, I would say, or their migration out of that to something coming on back home. You ain't found no white people. Absent. Don't exist.
So this is my thing, right? And this is, even in parts of my blood, I saw it, during my genealogy. The people of the world that are of high rank, they understood what was about to happen. The pale man he wasn't even white until like 1676. Right? He didn't even call himself white. So all documents were referring to any other nationality as a white. That just means pure. That means one who holds and owns titles, and owns lands. Right? Pre-1676, I believe the exact date is. But, that's just, they're using words of art, and this is why I call it magic, bro. You know what I mean? Me and you went back and forth on that maybe about a month ago, right? You call it legalese, I call it magic. And the reason why I say it's magic is because this one word white and the second word black, look what it's done, right? Knowing that it's not a noun, it's not a proper noun, it's an adjective.
Yeah.
It describes a noun. You know what I mean? And in best cases, you can call it a pronoun, like you said earlier, right?
Right. Yeah.
When we're talking about actual language, these two words have thrown this whole world
you know what I'm saying?
into disarray.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and if you don't have the eyes to see or the ears to hear, then you will confuse historical literature descriptions for what you see today. And yes, take control of media, what we see, which we feed to our mind as well. Yes, they did. So all of the images, they project what they are claiming to be, which is white.
Right.
So it can become very confusing. You know what I mean? Like, but when you really understand these things, it's really not, white just means, pure, sovereign, holder of titles, landowner, you know what I mean?
High status.
Right, exactly. So it's like, once you see that, and you dodge the hijack, which is the race, which was created in like 1741, some shit like that, by some a nigga, I forget his name. He created that shit. Now they say he's a white man. You know what I mean? Like The nigga who created the racial construct, they now say he is a white man, as a white man we would say today, just like you said about Beethoven, right? Beethoven.
Chief, my brother just said that shit to me yesterday, just what you just said. He
What's
said
that?
pretty soon, everybody gonna be white after a while. Even us. We ain't gonna even exist. Ain't gonna be nothing but white people on the planet. I started cracking up. The way he said it was funny. I said, but he said something to what you just said. You said it differently, but yeah.
Yeah, even like what you said earlier, Beethoven. You know what I mean? Like, that was a nigga. But, you know, the way they shaped and molded this image, you know, the scriptures tell you exactly who covers up the faces of the saints and the prophets. It's the devil and the spawns of the devil. Now, today, I don't want to go to the race thing, but we're talking about it, and it's
gotta be
a very confusing subject, man.
It is, but we gotta talk about it though. We gotta talk about it. When I hear race, I'm trying to win. That's all I hear. When I hear race, I'm trying to win.
Right.
I ain't trying to lose. Shit, I ain't about to get what race we running? We running a race? What race? What we gonna compete in? But yeah, my main thing, because I was dabbling around for the most part, and I took too much time on it, but the last part, that's where I want to come home on. I want to come home with the Pygmies, the Ellisons, and with Cuffee. Can't dispute that. And I got Darvis up here, Blaylock. Darvis Blaylock from South Carolina. He know about them Pygmies. I got a primary source right here, Darvis Blaylock. He can tell you all about it. So,
man, my great grandmother name was Sylvia Pinckney.
Talk about it.
And she died, so it wasn't white, what we call white now.
Mm-hmm. One of the drafters of the one of the signers.
Yeah.
Y'all better knock it off, y'all. Knock it off, man. Y'all got to know what time it is. These cats were These cats will be considered multi-billionaires today.
Yeah, see, until our people come up out of this, it's a spell. It's a magical spell, right? I know niggas might not agree technically on my vernacular, but I'm being very specific, right? It's a magical Grimoirian spell, right? This color game, and you'll never be able to understand history. You'll never be able to read it. Doesn't matter what text you get. When you see white, if you infuse a pale nigga of today into that sentence, then you have completely corrupted the entire reading lesson. Like, you were talking about the Jebusites and the Midianites, and you were talking about all of these ites that are listed in the Old Testament. These are all different groups of niggas, but there's only one supreme nigga. That's the child of God. You know what I mean?
The other day, I don't think you was up here. The other day, I showed last week, I showed a video. This guy was talking about the Phoenicians. And you know what he said?
What did he say?
He started talking about the Canaanites and the Phoenicians together. And guess what pictures he was showing? All them Egyptian pharaohs. The white man was actually saying that these Phoenicians and Canaanites are actually these Egyptian pharaohs.
But see, this is the whole thing. This is where I think once we actually defeat this spell that a lot of our people are on, I wouldn't say any of the brothers on the panel are under that, or even the people in the chat, right? But I'm just going to suggest something. Once we're able to defeat that, then we'll understand that all niggas, all so-called blacks around the world, are not the same. Right? That's the social engineering plot of naming all dark-skinned people black. Because you have nations within nations. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like the North American Negro is a different so-called black man than the East African or the Western Asian. You know, like, and I'm not saying we don't all have a relation. That's not what I'm saying. Is before this place started, which is a tragedy, right? Where we all are coupled together as one group of people, and now we're trying to find out who we individually are. Before that happened, the world was divided by men and their lineage, who their fathers and their mothers and their forefathers and their foremothers were. That's what it was.
Now let me go to the Django thing, right? Darvis being from South Carolina, right, and got ancestors there. This Stevens situation, how was it possible for like some of the greatest part of your ancestry be whitewashed? I mean, they talked about the Egyptians whitewashing that. They couldn't no longer do that eventually. So they had to run off somewhere else. How was they able to make South Carolina number one? We just using South Carolina, but I would say pretty much all of the 13 colonies. How was they able to whitewash that? How was it possible to do that?
It really ain't hard, man, when you let another nation tell you your history. Really ain't that hard. Especially when you force your kids to go to these schools and get indoctrinated by these same nations. And you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was a great answer. That's easy work. Yeah, man. We've been playing the part. We've been playing the part voluntarily, right? Like there is no such thing as involuntary servitude in North America. You have to voluntarily sign up for this shit. And whether we know it or not, we're doing it on every level. Because it's all finances. So what level of finances are you voluntarily signing up for, not knowing the consequences on the back end? You know, like you said, you got to send your children to school. If you don't, then what you got to do? You got to deal with these people. If you tell your children, nah, nigga, you ain't got to go to school, I'm going to teach you. And what you got to do, you got to deal with them people, the agency. You know what I mean? The agency of the corporate trust. In every state is called something synonymous with Child Protective Services. They have a synonymous, yeah. You got to deal with them now.
That's real talk. Even if you try homeschool them, they can give you a curriculum that still don't match history, and they're gonna make sure you teaching that kid the right curriculum.
Right.
My daughter was homeschooling my granddaughter. It's basically the same thing, honestly, man. The boy make you go to school on the computer, and you still learning these things about yourself that ain't true. Shit about history that ain't true. And as a child, you know, your child really can't go in front of the teacher or go in class and raise their hand and be like, no, listen, my daddy told me something totally different about history. He said, them people there were never white. What do you think the teacher could do?
Call CPS.
Exactly.
So now you got to deal with them people. And that's what I tell people. All the people that I counsel, I tell them all roads lead to court. Doesn't matter what you doing in your life, business-wise, person, all roads lead to court. So you got to know with these people.
That's another thing. That's why you're so scared of that term, Israelites. Because according to law, King, you got to be a Levite to adjudicate one.
Man, come on. Talk that talk right now.
Who got that kind of status to adjudicate an Israelite?
Nobody.
None of them.
That's why it's called colorable. You know, it's fake. But yeah, man, like we have to learn. We have to learn that life is not like Forrest Gump said, a box of chocolates. It's a box of bullshit, and at every corner of the bullshit, it's somebody in a commercial capacity that represents a law firm. So we have to learn how to bang with the people who bring the claims against us. That's the real fight. You know what I mean? It tells you in the book of Nehemiah that the Romans sued them niggas 300 times every single day to stop them from building the temple.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, we talking about y'all, like, people think the Bible is like this whole game, like religion. No, nigga, we use the Bible in real life, nigga. Like he said, only a motherfucking Levite can adjudicate over an Israelite. So you have to know who you are and what this game is, this whole system. Otherwise, you playing from a deficit. And who wants to play from a deficit? You know? These motherfuckers, look, man, all roads lead to court, bro. Hate to tell everybody that. Aton blow this bitch up to 500,000 followers. Niggas dropping, what do you call the shit that goes across the stream? Super chats and cash apps, and it grows. Eventually, someone's gonna sue you. Now, what are you gonna do? Are you competent to answer the claim, or do you give that responsibility to another, which deems you incompetent in law?
Exactly, and take you out of your standing. But once you hire a lawyer, you have no more standing. You can't even speak.
Can't even speak.
And this trade is speaking for you.
Talk about it. I'm about to show y'all this. I got this from
crazy Darvis. You know how I know that? Because I went through it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I had to once the judge told me, no, you can't talk. He talked for you. I said, oh, nigga, you fired. Hold on.
And that's crazy, man.
Nigga, you fired 3 times. 1, 2, 3. They say you got to repeat it 3 times. Nigga, you fired. Nigga, what's going on? Then they play the other game. They got a whole bunch of games.
Yeah.
That no.
They got a lot to do with jurisdiction you operating in too, because they can make you have a lawyer. If you stay in that same jurisdiction, you don't know how to wiggle and then go from venue to venue. And I mean, you stuck in those situations where you have to have one because most people are incompetent. They don't allow people like Aton to blow that big to where he can teach people jurisprudence. They don't allow you to bring the Bible up because that's the source of jurisprudence.
That's the sauce. Too much sauce.
And
that's the sauce.
Check this out.
Young Bean said demons can't talk in court. Wow. That is wow. I never looked at it like that. But there might be some truth to that, considering that the ones who wear the black robes, you know what I mean, they're practicing necromancy. They're ruling over the dead. So, I don't know. That's my bad. You don't even see what I'm talking about, Aton, do you? I'm looking at
I saw what she posted. Yep. I'm looking at I got an individual screen right now, so I can see the chat and I can see y'all. But y'all brought me right to this video, which y'all was just talking about democracy. What you guys were just talking about. Hold on, check this out. This brother said this. And when I saw this brother over here, this older brother that you see at the bottom, he go way back. Yeah, he's a real one. Check this out.
Another concept that they're giving us is democracy. This has to be one of the most corrupt concepts that we have ever embraced. Democracy under white supremacy means that white people run shit. Show me any democracy that we have that is not white orientated.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Wow. He made that brother say, wow. Reggie.
Is that brother Reggie on top?
That's Reggie on top. Wow. See, Reggie really messed with these elders, these real ones right here. You know what I'm saying? He really messed with them. Like they respect Reggie. Reggie be having his segments on Side Netter. That's why when I know Reggie is hosting it, I'm gonna listen because he's gonna bring these elders up in here to talk. These ones people don't even know about. But you see what he just said? He said, in that democracy, everybody white. You see what I'm saying? Everybody, white people run shit. That's it right there. I think there's a little bit more. Hold on, let me see. I think there's a little bit more.
Niggas. I like to say this. People think it's not white orientated.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Now, niggas. I like to say this. People think that computers and technologies is the white man's greatest invention. No, niggas. Niggas are the white man's greatest invention.
Right.
And unless we have become so ignorant until we think that we invented the word nigger.
Planning to publish your book?
What's so crazy, originally used it, what didn't even apply to us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Darius. This is some high-level sorcery going on over here, man. That's what I'm really starting to figure out. The math don't make sense. The language is unintelligible. Like it's all based in some type of fictitious or magical realm. And I'm of the stance that yes. I'm not trying to say we living in Harry Potter, but if lawyers run the world, hear what I'm saying. If lawyers control, every major corporation has to have a lawyer on staff. All of the statutes, ordinances, and codes are written by the Lawyers Guild, which comes via the Barristers Accredited Registry, which is the bar, which is a foreign corporation, a private foreign corporation in London. But they're doing business over here and they control all commerce. But then in the same law that they're utilizing, it says that you can't be a fucking lawyer.
That's true.
Hey, you know what's so crazy, right?
It has to be magic, cuz. It has to be magic.
It ain't really magic. You got to remember now, under the so-called founding fathers, we adopted English common law.
Yes.
And they supply the lawyers.
But then you got the Aton King James in 1609. He wrote the fuck was the name of the book? It was talking demonology. He wrote the book Demonology and he connected it to the language.
Yeah. Matter of fact, he was supposed to be fighting the motherfuckers.
Yeah, he was definitely fighting. I think he was fighting them. He was just trying to put that shit on, and they whacked him and his whole family because he was a nigga. They whacked him and his whole family.
Yeah, but the brother Wack was black too.
But yeah, bro, in my opinion, the only reason why, like, all right, if you get 10 so-called black men and black women to stand in one line, and you ask them their nationality, they're all going to give you something different. But a lot of them are going to give you a variation of the word black, right? Now, my question would be, how can 20 people of both sexes be functionally illiterate?
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? I tell you something else crazy. You ask these so-called leading black, their what nationality is, they couldn't tell you. And they're teachers.
Brother, this is what I'm saying to you. The whole system is functionally illiterate. Everybody within the system, whether you're making 30,000 or 150,000, you're functionally illiterate. You're calling yourself a color, which you are. No one can be a fucking.
Yeah.
You can't be a color. A color.
And people don't understand it. And it's so simple too, man. Like child could understand it. An adult, for some reason, just cannot grasp that concept.
So that's what lets me know that we're in the land of the criminally and the mentally insane. That's where we're at. We're in the land of the criminally and mentally insane. You have people calling themselves black, and you have people calling themselves white, and neither one of them are the two.
Okay, now I'm glad you said that too. Hey, was you gonna say something, Doris?
No, go ahead.
Now, yesterday I showed the definition of a lunatic, right? How they got in Black's Law, and I was talking about minors, infancy, those type of terms, and it's like when you go into these contracts, they automatically have you based on how you even present yourself from the gate. They already looking at you as a lunatic or an infant that can't even handle your own business, so they're gonna handle it for you.
Right.
Somebody have to, because if you can't deal with it, then whoever the trustee is gonna deal with it for you.
All right.
Hold on. I just want to ask one question before we go forward. So you're telling me there's an entire populace of people that don't know how to read, can't differentiate if they're a color or not. They're basically in a state of
lunacy.
They're in a state of wardship. And then there's another part of society that is actually governing over these people.
There's so many words. Yep.
Whoa. So I've always thought of it like that, but I've never heard anyone else agree with it.
Well, I played the I showed thing yesterday, and then I went straight to let's look up infancy. And when I looked up infancy, it took me here. I said, well, let me go to child first. I went to child first. I went to alphabetical order. I went to child first, and then I went to infancy. I did the Latin word infans, and then we went, Then it took me to lunatic. It said a lunatic. And in contract law, a lunatic.
And so in contract law,
rubber room.
You're not competent. You can't even be held to the standard of the contract.
Well, that's what that was the point. That was the point they were saying. If you were in that position of an infant, then the court by law cannot, those are considered null and void if you can, but you have to prove it though. You have to prove it, but then you got the courts behind it. You got the judge, all these people that still got you in a position. This is where I was saying at that time, people need to stop acting like they know. Ask questions.
So what you're saying is they're appointing custodians and wards over you because you are a ward. Not that they're trying to like fuck us over. Like we're actual wards.
No,
I'm saying we can't read.
But that is true though.
We can't.
I mean, it's true.
Contract.
I'm just saying no. I'm saying no to how Chief I Am is framing it. They've already have what you call it? It's premeditated. It's already planned on how they're going to approach it. So yeah, they're already approaching you as an infant until you prove otherwise. See what I'm saying?
That's so crazy, but dude, we was doing that back in the biblical days. The same thing.
Facts.
It ain't nothing new.
Just thinking about that.
All right, so look, I got none of your business up here. She want me to replay this video. She missed it. All right, I'm gonna play this right here. What's up, Nani? I got you.
Nani Pedia.
Yes, sir.
They have so much money and they are so powerful until they will always be able to have an advantage over those who are vegans and vegetarians. Another concept that they've given us is democracy. This has to be one of the most corrupt concepts that we have ever embraced. Democracy under white supremacy means that white people run shit. Show me any democracy that we have that is not white orientated.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Now, niggas, I like to say this. People think that computers and technologies is the white man's greatest invention. No, niggas. Niggas are the white man's greatest invention. And unless we have become so ignorant until we think that we invented the word nigger.
Wow.
So these next two, I'm gonna leave them.
There you go. Know your business.
Oh, okay. Well, he's wrong because we did invent that word.
I mean, yeah.
I agree.
That name has been around. The name has been.
But maybe they have coded us into this caricature of what a nigga, quote unquote, means today.
There you go.
That's the issue.
In democracy,
connotations of the word we use now.
Yeah, in democracy, he started off. See, democracy is the key, and you know what I'm saying. That democracy is kind of that key, like starting point.
Democracy is the mocking. That's the whole game right there. That's taking it away from the people and giving it to the wolves.
Yeah, we call that.
I think it's more like the majority wins or the majority decides, because when you're dealing with a land, most laws and most status goes to people who own the land. So when they brought in the democracy thing, you didn't have to own land now to have a say. All you got to do is be part of the majority.
But they
get the vote and everything.
They've played on what the majority is. The majority should be the Mayan, the mayor. Instead, it is a number instead of an actual status. So it's a quantity now, not a quality.
So when I back in the day, like when I
can't hear.
Democracy, it was etymologically broken down to demon rule, ruled by demons.
Yeah. That's right.
If we're still in a democracy, and we have been for years, everything that's going on makes sense.
Yeah, you're right. It's a democracy. I mean, it's
If
demonic.
we're being ruled by demons, then I mean, I don't.
It's a false system, no matter how you look at it. It's a false system that should not be in place.
Yeah, but
they
just said that we did the shit.
Yeah, we allowed it. We consented.
Yeah, we was going all around the Mediterranean, all through these different continents over there, Asia, Africa, and all that. Doing what we was doing back in the days, it was the same thing. Shoes on a different foot now.
America is the true Mediterranean, though.
Cool. I have no issue with that. I'm just talking about that particular place we call the Mediterranean area now. When I say that, because we were doing a lot of colonized, or not really colonized, but doing business all around that area and those areas around there. And we were bringing a certain kind of admiralty law, made it apply to the people out there. We're backing them with force.
I think the law that you're bound by is the law that you're born into, and those people being non-descendable, that's the law that they are born into. So they have to flip the tables and get us into that same law.
Yeah, that's what they did.
But we had to agree to it. We had to say
exactly. And they paid our so-called leaders to agree to it.
Right.
And they convinced us to agree to it.
Yeah, so what now then? Since it seems like the flock is scattered, there's no shepherd, and we're living in a system which we created, which has been usurped, and now they're using the same very system against us. So what now? What do we do?
Recognize the pattern and adjust it. It ain't nothing new. It happened like every 26,000 years. We come to this information age. We leave out this age of Pisces. We call Pisces now because the name changed based on culture. But there's the information age we enter now. There's going to be a lot of controversy, but people going to get it. Everybody going to wake up to it. Everybody going to realize it's not really prudent to be illiterate. And people start doing something about it.
Okay.
Those who don't, they'll remain be the wards.
My bad. I don't mean to cut that quick. So just a quick, rundown. Everybody on the panel. What percentage of the North American populace do you believe is functionally illiterate?
I'll say if it was up to me, I would probably say like 98%. Because even the ones that have a small amount of knowledge don't have all wisdom, you know?
I second that.
Some particular, you got some people out there that's prudent. I mean, sharp all across the board. Everybody ain't like that.
I second that, Darvis. I'm gonna go with 98%. I'm with Darvis.
Okay, Aton, we got 2 for 98. Do we have a third?
I was gonna say 99, but 98 is good.
Okay.
Anybody born in the hospital, you already been compromised.
Nadi,
Ask that question again.
what percentage of the current populace is functionally illiterate?
What degree you rating at? Illiterate in what? Like
Dealing with aphasia. Anytime you pull up aphasia, it means it's a mental disease. That means you can't understand words. You can't read.
Right.
You can read the word, but you don't know.
Yeah, you can pronounce it, but you don't know what it means.
Yeah.
And you don't know how to put it in the proper.
You can't comprehend.
Yeah.
Doesn't it also include you forgot? Like if you forgot something, it also includes that.
spell that word.
I think it's AFIASIA.
I think it's it might be APH, right?
It might be. You're right. My bad. Forgive me. Forgive me. It's aphasia. I mean, it's a mental disease where you can't remember.
A neurological disorder caused by brain damage that impairs a person's ability to speak, write, read, or understand language.
Yeah, and the brain damage would be the psychological smacking over the head with a 2x4 of every nigga in America. And not just niggas, though.
But it's literally when they cut the cord at birth. That's what gave us the brain damage.
Ooh, that's a bar right there. I never looked at it like that. You might be right, because they're not even supposed to cut it, right?
Right. We're supposed to leave it connected until it stops pulsating.
Right.
And then the cord itself falls off on its own.
So what you got, Nadi? What percentage?
You see, she put it like that, 100%. Goddamn.
But you got to realize some of those people aren't born in hospitals because they know, or they're born in hospitals where they don't do that.
Do what?
Where they don't cut the cord or remove the placenta until the baby is fully.
Can you tell me the name of that hospital that does that?
I'm sure it's some type of elite situation, but you can write your own. You can write your own
birth plan. Your own
birth plan. Yeah, your own birth plan, and they have to follow.
Let me ask y'all a question. Isn't the umbilical cord connected to the placenta?
Yeah, the placenta. That's what pulsate. When that starts
So,
pulsating, that's when they can take the baby off safely.
all right, so you still will take the placenta out the woman or with the baby born, right?
Yes, you would
All right,
deliver
cool.
the placenta after.
Yeah, after the baby comes up.
Yeah, I know after baby. I know after baby come out, then you take the placenta out. Yeah,
That's the
and you
after.
leave the placenta connected.
It's all connected. They
Yeah, I
just
know. You're supposed to leave it connected until basically the umbilical cord die out by itself. Is that what y'all saying?
Right. Yeah.
Well,
All
no,
right, cool.
so
I
this
got
is
you.
what I learned. This is what I learned about the placenta. The placenta is like a membrane which holds all of the genetic material of the father, which gives the mother the ability to transfer nutrients, vitamins, minerals, oxygen, and water to the child while the child is inside of the mother. So it's a complete creation of the man used so that the mother can do her job, right? Which is transfer energy to the child. So this is why that motherfucker's worth $50,000, because the amount of stem cells and genetic material that was held within the placenta. Yeah, the shit is crazy. The shit is worth it's like worth $50,000, bro, at the least.
It's priceless, honestly, but yeah.
Yeah, so if she, like what she was saying about create your own birth plan, you know, that's vital, I would say, right? Because I would say that the child is smarter the longer after birth that they're connected to the mother. I wouldn't say it's something that should be happening right away, that they should just clip it. You know what I mean? Like, you just clipping shit? Like, who the fuck are these people? The devil? I don't know. I'm just
And then they're
They got it because they want the placenta.
it. They're retaining the placenta and they're selling it after you
Yeah.
leave the hospital.
That's how the hospital make money.
So, yeah, man.
It's diabolical.
It's some shit that can only happen to you if you in hell, huh?
Yeah. But thinking about this, you know, they say God protects fools. Considering I'm a fool, I hope I'm protected, because
fools, women, and children.
Right. Somebody told me it included drunks too, but I don't know.
I always heard fools and kids.
Yeah, I heard fools and kids and women. But I mean, damn, bro. Like,
wait a minute. Stop trying to put us in with the fools.
no. You crazy. Nobody on that, man. We ain't on that, sis. My bad.
The women and children part comes from
Wick.
No, when in the Bible where they say, you know, a woman who's a widow, you know, and children without fathers, that, you know, so they're supposed to be made accounted for and taken care of.
So okay, so what we're saying is, think about what we're saying. Just on this line, we're insinuating that 99.2 to 99.7% of the populace is deaf, dumb, and blind. They can't read, they can't understand, and yet they live in a corporate contractual system, which is all based upon reading and comprehension of what is placed in front of you.
Yeah, but that's how the 2%, the 1 or 2% people stay in power. But make sure everybody sign the contract they don't understand. But it keeps them in power.
Right, and that's what made us pray, because when you cannot take care of your own affairs, that makes someone else eligible to come along and become trustee over you.
Facts, right. The custodianship, or you know what I mean, some type of
de facto parent.
Right. So this would be my question, because I know that you, as well as well, who else we got on the line? We got Aton. Okay.
It just me
A
ain't
lot of
telling
our, a lot of our
and
people
naughty.
come from the perspective that we were over here doing commerce. Like maybe if it was our maternal or our paternal bloodlines, one of our lines were over here involved in international commerce because everything obviously comes from the United States or America as we call the United States as we call it today, but whatever we call it of yesterday. The North America has everything possible that you could use, utilize, or need to control or create civilization.
Right.
So,
I would say the majority.
I say total, everything.
okay.
We were doing business for a reason.
So how do we lose that mindset? How do we lose that ability to understand contracts? Hold on. And this is my question. How do we understand, how do we lose that ability to contract at the scale that we wore versus now where we're at today and we're just accepting contracts from any entity and we're just signing it?
So where do we lose the discernment?
Well, yeah, when did that happen?
That happened starting in 1533 when they took out Atahualpa. Once we lost the coverage of our deity, boom, we were targets.
Whoa. This is a fight. Can I get that? Spell that for me?
That's the same name that means Ethiopia. Atihualpa. That's the last Incan king.
A-T-U-I.
Atihualpa.
Okay, so you're saying that the Solomonic dynasty that was through the kings and queens of Ethiopia is the last reigning monarch for the niggas of the world.
Right, but that was located here in America. So that Incan kings list, those are all the descendants of Solomon. You're right on.
Yeah. So you do know that it was like I think they had 1,000 years of uninterrupted kings, right?
Okay.
So you're saying that's all over here in North America?
Yeah. Peru, exactly.
You said Peru?
Peru?
I said Jerusalem. Yeah.
Yeah, Perusalem. Yeah, same thing. And it's listed. You can find it written, Perusalem.
So when you say the Ethiopian, right? Okay, I understand what the actual word means, but then there's also the modern day Ethiopia, and they claim to have the oldest Bible and the oldest set of kings in recent history, which are attached to niggas, and they say they have the oldest church, which is like 5,000 feet above sea level, and it's an actual cross that's built.
They can say a lot of things, but my mama told me that talk is cheap. We already
about soda pop.
We already know that everything that was here has been projected out over there so that we would, look that way instead of looking within, which is what Indian means. It means to look within, the God within. So that's what they want you to do, believe that, when it's already been proven that Abyssinia is an amalgamated land. Those people are not even from one stock of people. They're all just,
Are you talking about current today Ethiopia is Abyssinia?
That's Abyssinia. They were recently, like King Azana is said to have changed the name to have a more Christian name, which was part of the coup. It's a coup. They knew what they were doing. They knew they were going to confuse.
And when you say this coup, this happened, the end of this happened what? 17th century?
The end of it?
Yeah, the end of it.
This is the end of it. We're living the end of it.
Okay,
so it's still going on.
You don't go with the understanding that the British Crown recently just took control of the the hierarchical or patriarchal lineage of the sons of Solomon.
Yeah, that was in the 1500s when they came from, this was before any British. They had to create and faction all of that and say, okay, now, this is
Now we're the British.
Right. It went from the island of Albion, a little nothing nowhere island.
Albion or Britannica and shit like that.
Well, Britannica, Britain, all that just means Brazil, which just means copper, which basically means us. So all of that, that's why they remove copper from the Bible. Like if you go and check all that, it's all copper. It's all of that. Brazil, there's a bunch of words that all literally just mean copper, and they took it out so that you would think, oh, it's just symbolism. It's not an actual thing.
So you're saying that the Solomonic lines, which are held within the kings of Ethiopia, actually is right here in North America, in South America and Central America.
The Incan kings, not those, that line that they created, which they've already proven there's no connection between them and Solomon. Because even the Queen of the South, she came from the island somewhere. She didn't come from Africa.
No,
she came from the Amazon.
No, I'm not falling for the hijack the Africa game. I'm not Afro-Cypricanus, right? I'm not falling for that. What I'm asking you is, are they putting the history of the Americas in Africa and calling it Ethiopia?
Yes. Yes.
Let me ask y'all this. Could it be possible that somebody left the Americas and took that information over there and started practicing that in that area?
I would say absolutely, yes.
It's possible. It's possible. And it's definitely, there were some remnants of that information taken over there. I believe Mark or whoever went over there to proselytize them. But at the end of the day, there was a hidden hand doing this. It wasn't our doing. It was them doing it.
When you said Mark, when you say Mark, who are you talking about?
One of the apostles. Yeah, one of the apostles.
Yeah, I love you. Man,
it was Mark and Matthew. Apparently, they still celebrate him to this day. But they're not Aboriginals over there. They are an amalgamated people. There may be some Aboriginals somewhere, but not ultimately. Those are Dravidians mixed with Italian, mixed with some type of Caucasus.
Okay. So let's do this. Let's jump up 300 years and let's talk about. Matter of fact, you know what? We'll start at like 700 AD. The Stuart line that goes back to Kenneth MacAlpine of Scotland. Is that actually over here as well?
It traveled over there.
Yeah, I want to say the names and the actual bloodlines once upon a time did travel over there. They did originate here. That name MacAlpine or Alpine, whatever, it's part of that Atahualpa.
Matt.
It's part of that Atahualpa name. I am actually related to the Alpine bloodline.
Whoa. You said it's part of what name?
It comes from that name. Alpine comes from Atahualpa. The Alps, all that is named after that same word, which means land, mountains, all that kind of stuff. Okay. So yeah. They stole the names. The people who took on the Stuart bloodline, though, those are Africans. They're Africans. They had to have originally been Aboriginal, but they were not Indians. They were not from the Incan king's line. They stole their way into that bloodline. Into that list where they put his picture on there. But if you look at it, he's clearly different than the Indians who preceded.
So you're saying that the 1,000 years of Israelite history in England, Ireland, Scotland, Germany, Russia, which was originally Prussia, France, Wales, the islands, Asia, going as far as Turkey, Asia Minor. You're saying that is, you saying those are some Canaanites?
No. We were originally in all of those locales because we were the royalty, the kings. So we were there. We were running the Prussia, Scotland. We had outposts in all these places. And then whenever the schism occurred, like once they took out Atahualpa and they got that power, eventually they were able to exile and ban us from all those places and send us back here. But they kept those names and those connections.
Okay. So now they're not the Turks, they're the Turkish.
No. Turks and Turkish, that's Aboriginal. That's Indian.
Right. What I'm saying, the ish on the ish, well, so I did a whole little study on this, right? The ish, when you add the ish to any landmass.
Oh, yeah. The Turkish, the people there now, those are the ish.
Taking over.
Yeah, those are the ish. But the ones before, originally, like all the catacombs and all that stuff over there, those were created by our people.
Okay. Interesting.
That word turkey, that's an Aboriginal word. It's spelled similar to how they, that other word for the Cherokee, the TS. It basically means dry.
See, I want to recognize what you're doing. What you're really doing is you breaking spells. I mean, but you do understand when I say magic? Do you like when I say this magic? I'm like talking some bullshit.
No, I don't. I totally no. I believe it. I totally believe it because I'm not gonna go into that, but I believe it 100%. And even the word magic, it really just means us. That word magic, that's us. That's the Magi. That's the Naga. That's the Inca. It's all one same word. And basically, we were supernatural compared to them. They didn't have the skills and abilities that we were gifted. That's why they have blocked a lot of it with that whole umbilical cord cutting stuff.
It's the term gods.
It's all that. It's all that. So words have more than one meaning. They're dynamic.
And I agree with that.
Yeah, that's you know what? That's the most beautiful part about being able to speak and understand is knowing that that one word that you say, whatever it is, you know what I mean? And we're the best at it in the world, which is why I believe we're the creators of all languages.
Right.
That we can, we have the ability to use a word in like 7 different syntaxes,
Because what is that called? Expression. We're taking what's in the soul and we're putting it out into the atmosphere. Like we're using words to convey what our soul is feeling, and a demon can't do that.
But right now we are under the spell of the Pied Piper. We're being controlled by music. The Pied Piper, the nigga that played the flute.
Right. Yep.
Hey, I was just watching this whole debate about Young Miami and that song she got out. It's called Spin That Shit.
Right.
And they were just talking about how it's a hit.
Yeah.
And there's been multiple hits just like that.
But you also have hits as strikes in war. So that's what kind of hit it is.
Right, because that's what the other part of the argument is saying, that the song, it embellishes or it makes you want to go rob, steal, and scam.
Right.
Based upon the lyrics, right, which are words within the song. So it's like when I
they
say
got something to do with the frequency.
Facts. Have you heard the song, Kurt?
Nah, man, I really don't listen too much like that. But I got a bunch of girls, man. I don't really like that shit no more, man.
Man, now listen, I hear what you're saying. What I'm saying is, when I look at this whole game, I look at it, right? Because once I found out that the judges and all the lawyers, they're just doing this shit for clout. The money doesn't matter because the money's not even real. Then I realized it was like a spiritual, like fucking. It's like, nigga, I'm finna imprison your body for 100 years so I can control your soul type shit. Like some scary movie times 3 shit. Like what's really going on out here is crazy. Once I realized that, I start paying attention to words and how they are presented to the populace, right? And the greatest way to introduce a group of words or a spell to a populace is through music, right? Which I call the Pied Piper, right? You remember the Pied Piper? Nigga that played the flute, whatever it was?
Yeah.
You have all the people dancing, giving their money away, giving their property away, giving their life away while he's playing the flute. I feel like that's where we at right now as a people. I don't know if this is the first stage or the last stage of servitude, but it's one of them. And
but that was going on for a while now, though.
I don't think so. I hope it's the last.
How long? Have they been using Pied Piper against us? The music. About 60 years, right? 50 years.
Yeah, probably more than that, though, man.
Oh, okay. You gonna go back to the 20s? Shit, I don't know what happened. Darvish, you there?
Yeah, I hear you. I would say, man, could probably be longer than that, man, because it ain't a new concept. They're doing the same thing that we've been doing. They studied our ways, manipulated, and did the same thing. The key is they manipulated.
So you would say that just based off what you just said, you would say that our comeback, our way of getting back is to remember that all this shit came from us.
Exactly. And we did a lot of shit, and it coming back. And we on the other side of it, man. What goes around comes around.
So you saying when a nigga get caught with a pistol, he not supposed to have one, and they brought him before the prosecutor and the judge, and they sit him down for 5 years. You saying he did that to a motherfucker in his past life?
No, I said it been done before. We think about it, man. We broke the law biblical days. They sent us off to a whole nother land, out in the middle of no fucking where. Until you got to sit up there until your adjudication date. Today you get judged. If the person who has not an issue with you, who brought a charge against you, was to pass away or something like that, he didn't come back. But we've been doing that since biblical days.
You saying the 10 tribes that came over here 2,600 years, they were just over here chilling, waiting for judgment.
Came over here now.
And then judgment came, and now this is the judgment. We're living through the judgment.
Yeah.
In so many words, basically, that's what the fuck I'm saying, King. We did some things, and we're going to have to pay for it. It is what it is.
You know, it's crazy about you saying that. That means that the Most High, like, gave us an extra, like you talking about 2,600 years of being in North America and not even nobody coming over here fucking with us, and we were just doing our own thing, building our own shit, creating our own societies. We was living good, but we had a judgment that was owed. And you saying when these pale people came behind these niggas who was fleeing religious persecution, when they came back with these pale motherfuckers, and that's the judgment.
No.
it's more like if we do something right, like see how we on YouTube, whatever, we start I would say persecuting the people. Like say we fucking with these goddamn mulattoes. People we help create. And we do them all kind of ways. After a while, King, them same people, or the same thing we did to them, is gonna happen to us.
No.
I'm telling you, that's law.
If you're going by the Bible, then you have to read the
No, I'm talking
Bible.
about natural law. Yeah, I'm talking about law.
If you're going by
I
the
can
Bible,
reference in the Bible.
okay, you have to read the Bible because it's Leviticus, it's Jasher, it's Judith, it's Jubilees. Basically, we didn't listen and we mixed in with these other people that we weren't supposed to mix in with.
That's why I use the term mulatto, mama.
Hold on, because it wouldn't be them mixing in with something that's already mixed. It would be
I know
mixing.
what I say. There's a product of us
It would
mixing.
be mixing in with people that probably look just like us. It wouldn't be white people. It would just be people in general that we were told not to mix in with.
Nanya, question. Are not white people considered clean lepers?
You're talking about two different things. You're talking about.
I'm talking about the same biblical law you're talking about. Are white people, according to biblical law, considered clean lepers? Are they all the way pale?
I don't think so. I think that is something that, I think it goes to David when he was sitting there breeding those goats, etc. These are not people. These are what you would call a beast of the field. This is what you would call the true Goyim. But that's something else. That's more like an albino. So that's something too that they probably use to catapult whatever this is we're dealing with now, which was, Cabbage Patch and the creation, the man's creation.
So okay.
Do you think it would have been lawful for us to mate with them?
No, and we probably knew better.
Cool.
We knew better, but then there were certain people who hated us because they were considered our underlings, our slaves, our servants. I don't want to use the word slave because that's them, but our so-called servants. And they didn't like that. So what they did was they took advantage of this AI, this cattle, this creature used to do work. And once we went to sleep on everything, we went to sleep on everything. Now they're pretty much, that book Animal House where, the animals are running around like they're people or whatever. That's literally like we're living out. It's a true punishment, but it's not. It's literally in the Bible. It's literally there. You crossed over. You were told not to. You did it anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, cool. So that I just used an example. I just came up with an example. I said the first thing I came up with was a mulatto. Reason why I use the term mulatto because these are some people who we wasn't supposed to be messing with. We never having kids by them, and these same kids are going to end up doing this to us. What we did to them, them people we created, and we made concubines, we made servants or whatever.
Yeah, it's all that. It's a combination of the two.
Yeah.
We were supposed to rid specific, like the Amorites and the Girgashites and all this. We were supposed to rid them from the land and take over this land. We were told to do it. Kind of like when somebody's trying to fight you and your mama say, you better get out there and whoop their butt. And if you don't whoop their butt, I'm going to whoop yours. We get ours whooped.
Okay, so hold on.
That's what I'm saying. So many words, but
well,
can I jump back in real quick?
Real quick.
Okay, so
real quick.
Something that was very vital. She said that when we lost one thing, we lost it all. Right? What caused us to? What is the entity that made sure we lost our memory on everything? You said once we lost one thing, we lost it all. Did you not just say that? None of your business.
Pretty much.
What caused that? What is that? Is that an entity that made us lose that?
The Most High.
Angel? Is that a God? What is that? Is that the creator?
The Most High God.
No, I want her to answer, cuz.
Oh, my bad.
Wait. Say it again.
Is what caused us to lose our minds, forget everything that we knew generationally about all the shit that runs the world now? Was that an entity that made it? What's the name of it? Is it an angel? Is it a god?
Satan, the great dragon that deceived the world.
So Satan caused us to.
Right.
And Satan works for who?
Well, we already know. He has to abide by the Most High, but he also has his own desires. So
well, let me push back a little bit.
Ooh, this is guy heavy.
Yeah, I don't really. Listen, I got a little different understanding of the Satan character.
Well, no, I'm just saying if she's
I think the Satan character is out there to check niggas, to test people.
Aton, hold on. Hold on, Darvis, hold on. What I'm saying is, what she's saying is that something led to us not remembering, forgetting who we were, so that we could fall up under this power that's currently over us.
Right.
I asked, what is it? She said Satan or Hashatan, right?
Yeah.
And I said, well, who does Hashatan work for? And she said, well, we know. The Almighty, the Creator. And then you came in, Darvis. So what do you got on it, Darvis?
I don't agree with you because I think Satan had a particular purpose down here. He was allowed to test certain people. When the Most High came and gathered all these people, all the children of God, Satan was always there. And the book recorded the conversation the Most High had with Satan. Here we don't record too many conversations with Gabriel or Michael or none of them. Satan.
Well,
at one time, he sat on the right hand side.
Let me push back on that. Wait, you none of your business talking about. First, appreciate everybody being here. Y'all cooking. It's good. In Jubilees, right, or the Book of Abraham, the Canaanites was already allotted their place, and they refused to leave. And what was promised was constant war, and it has been constant war in that place. You know what I'm saying? And that's number one. Number two, it wasn't our, because we overlooking the fact that we're all family, right? Can't separate the two. We were all family at one point in time, and they were allotted certain places to go.
But according to Genesis, the 10th chapter, all the nations were divided to their own tongues and their own jurisdictions, their own laws and their own customs.
Yeah, but we still did business with each other, though.
But we're divided, though.
Yeah, we did our own thing.
By God, not by man, by
and
God.
They were supposed to leave and go to where they were allotted.
See, you guys moving away from what I'm saying, though.
Esau I love,
I'm not talking about that.
Jacob I love, Esau I hated.
But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a specific family, because the earth has always been that earth. We talk about 6,000 years now. Only 6,000. In the context of what the Bible says.
Right.
Well, we're talking about from the context of what the Bible says. We're talking from the context of what the Bible says.
Everything is based off the Bible. So why are we?
Yeah, but there's different versions of the Bible too, though.
So if we take the 6,000,
but they use different times.
So we take the 6,000.
Hold on. Let me qualify something.
Hold on.
The whole world.
I got you.
Based upon the Bible.
I got you. What I'm saying is, we ain't really worried about. Let's remove the 6,000 years. We'll say at a period of time as it was, the earth was populated at a time when this whole new what do you call it? What do they call it when the covenant, a new covenant came in? So under the circumstances, what I'm saying is that the Canaanites, that group of people was already allotted a place and they did not leave. Now, what the place that they had, that was where you have your issue with the 10 tribes when they was up there with them. They started mating with them. They've been doing that. It's a choice you make. My point is, it's the choice that you make. You don't have to mingle with these people if it's not to be mingled with. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I know you saying it's Satan and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, if you look at it,
the word Satan only means
everybody had a question. Everybody had a question. When Satan came, Jesus had a question for him. And get behind me. I got a question. So that keeps the power, right? So I don't know if people was that weak. I mean, that's making our people to be weak. I think they made a choice.
So the word Satan, if you look it up in Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, it means adversary.
Right.
And all the adversary does is bring claims against you, sues you.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying with that too. But you gotta keep in mind, we talk about the 1800 version of the word Satan also. Because you got more than just the Hebrews who had the Bible. I mean, the Bible was translated in so many different languages, and so many people put their own version of it out there. And you look at compare the Bible, they all don't quite agree with the same things when it comes down to numbers and time.
Okay, so what I would say to counter that is that commerce has been uninterrupted for 6,000 years.
Yeah, and I agree. I would say longer than that,
and what that means is that anywhere where civilization exists, government, law, and commerce exist at the same exact time.
Yeah, that's a given. That's a given. That's a given.
If you have civilization, then you have what are called adversaries, which are prosecutors.
Right.
And they bring claims on behalf of what we're calling a fictional state, but is a state. It is.
All right, now y'all playing too. Now y'all on two sides of the spectrum. Where are we at here? Are we in actual? Are we in actual? Like what you're talking about right now? Because that's the conversation I'm having. Or are we having this great dragon spook in the sky conversation?
It's a dual story. There's like a flavor profile going on here. The same way with the word black and white. It means more than one thing. There's more than one thing going on. So it's not just about mating with them physically, their physical blood being the same as our blood. It's not just that. I mean, they don't have the same spirit that we have. They're not of our father, they're of theirs.
Well, hold on. Okay.
Yeah, but Mary also was remember now, she got cursed with albinism too.
And she got
cured.
Long, but she got cured.
Yeah, it wasn't that long. Yeah, you're right. But I'm just saying
it's more than that because
Noah was albino.
For one of us to have albinism, we are still very much the same Indian. When we're dealing with these hybrided persons that were created through endogamy, that's totally different. They don't even have the same system we have. They don't even process, B vitamins. They don't even methylate the way we do.
But they're controlling the courts. Hold on. But they're controlling the courts and the financial system and all aspects of commerce that they use over us on a regularity to rule over.
But that's where I agree with. This is where I agree with Daniel Bennett said. We lost it. We gave it up.
What happened though? What made you give it up?
Let me
violate the contract.
Let me give you my perspective.
Okay, Darwin, thank you.
We're dealing with.
Okay, so let me give you my perspective on it. Okay. Now, Darvis is a man of few words. He gonna give you an answer and he's gonna say 1, 2, 3, and that's it. All right. Let's expand on that just a little bit for the sake of entertainment. Now, when when we, at this point, when we actually took in some of these other groups, right? When we took in some of these other groups, we didn't vet them. We didn't make sure everything was straight. We did not move these people into places. We let them expand. Eventually, there's going to be some mixing going on. But at the same time, Canaan is my cousin.
No, Canaan is Shem's bro. Canaan is Shem's cousin. Not
Canaan, Canaan
is Shem's cousin.
Canaan is Shem's uncle.
Nephew. No, nephew.
Cousin. It's his cousin.
The nephew. Canaan that's in over Ham. Ham was Shem's brother. Canaan was Shem's descendant.
That's what I'm saying.
So that made him.
I'm sorry. Canaan is Shem's nephew. I'm sorry.
But
hold on. Time out. Too many people talking at the same time. Let me answer the question. All right, my mistake. Canaan is Shem's nephew. So if Canaan is Shem's nephew, you got generations going on after that. So it eventually becomes distant relatives type thing, and you just come back, right? Judah.
But all these niggas live to be 900.
Hold on. Judah married Tamar. Tamar was a Canaanite, was she not?
Yeah, she was. But was Isaac told by Rebecca?
Was Isaac told
by her mother, his mother, not to marry a Canaanite?
Cool. Listen, it's about the timing. Remember now, it was an issue between his son, the son and the father. Noah cursed Ham's people for whatever reason. We argue about that later. So they had a certain amount of time. They was outside of the fold. You ain't permanently outside the fold, but the violation of this contract caused you generations, a few of these generations, not to be within the fold. So during those times, you wasn't supposed to mix with them.
Brother.
Once they curses up, then they're back to normal. They had an option to come back or do whatever they did.
So what y'all are saying is that at this point in history right now, according to your math, none of the rules of the Bible still exist because
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying according to the rules, when we got cursed or anybody got cursed, it was for a certain amount of time. And when that was going on during the time, right after the flood war, we want to call the cataclysm to happen. After that, when they started repopulating people, he was cursed. And his descendants, had to deal with the curse for a couple generations.
No, that's not what the curse said for Canaan. He said, I shall curse you, and you shall be the servant of thy brother forever.
And there you have it.
Yeah, but Noah said that. God ain't said that. Noah said that.
No.
Let's go back to it.
Noah cursed his son through.
Yes, the Most High didn't say that though.
Yeah,
Noah said that. You got to understand.
Noah was a prophet.
Noah was a progenitor. It wasn't no prophet. There was no need for a prophet during that time. It was just them.
But genetics said it too.
Remember, Noah prophesied
I don't subscribe to genetics.
248 years before the flood came.
Cool. What I'm saying this though, King. Yeah. The curse wasn't given by the Most High.
Man, if it comes through the word of the mouth of the prophets, it comes through Yahweh.
Right.
No.
I mean, how could you say no?
Because this man woke up, he was upset. He was mad. So he told him that because whatever happened. I think a man touched him when he was sleeping.
No.
Anyway, like I say, we argue about that another time. That's not the point. The subject matter is he was cursed, but he wasn't.
According to the scriptures, to uncover the nakedness of thy father, to sleep
with his wife.
Mother.
That being said as a form of rape. But the fact is, when you look at it closely, though, they said he woke up in pain and he realized what his son had done to him. He woke up in pain. So now, if somebody look at you, you ain't gonna have no pain from that. And it wasn't the pain from a hangover because it said he woke up in pain and realized what the boy had done to him. And then he cursed him like that. That was the Most High.
I ain't heard the pain.
That was no. All right, let's go back to the book. Then we'll tell you what. We get a chance, we'll go back to the book. We
He
go over it again.
uncovered his father's nakedness, meaning he
Yeah, but you
slept.
won't wait. I got you, Queen. I understand what you're saying. I had this conversation like a million times. Once you go back into the scriptures, like I am said, you realize he said something. He woke up in pain and realized what his son did to him.
Okay, well,
So somebody look at you while you're sleeping. You ain't wake up no pain like that.
I've never heard that interpretation.
That's
yeah,
why he cursed him like that. Cool,
I
I'll tell
didn't
you what.
either. Pull
Let's
it
go back
up.
to the
Pull it
book.
up.
Let's go
Pull
back.
the
Let's
book
go
up.
back to the books. All
But
right.
I look at it also that they have changed a lot of things in the Bible. That's what King James.
Exactly.
That's
And I
why
agree with you with that.
a lot of things don't line up. Like it says, oh, anybody doing messing with the zodiac, they're all witches. But then it says, to look at the stars and everything to understand time and to understand what's going on. So
the whole Bible based on zodiac. King James had an issue with that. He was fighting against these so-called witches. They same bloodlines.
I
Who
think they
dealing
just
with
don't
what they
want us
call
to
authentic
know.
traditions.
They
Who
just don't
dealing
want
with
us to know what they're using because they're using that against us to do the magic.
I call it
yeah, I know,
magic.
but those laws still stand down today.
Man, listen to me, man. This is what I'm about to tell y'all. I go to courthouses every day, bro. And I sit and I watch them use words of art to integral and ensnare every brother and sister that comes along with them. You know what?
And that's real. The king.
Hold on, Robert. You know what's even more crazy is that they use brothers and sisters to do it. It's brother lawyers, judges, attorneys, esquires, clerks. They're all in on it, man. It's the money grab. But the fucked up part about the money grab is there's no money. So that means you niggas are just wicked. And that's what I draw my line at. The wicked.
All right, so look, Chief I am. Based on what you just said, boy, y'all jumping around.
My bad, cuz I just did that. That was me.
All right, so let me just say this. I'm gonna address the other part. What we was talking about prior to that, but you got to look at it. They know it ain't really about the money; it's about the control, right? It's about control, right? Remember, we said we don't care. As long as I got control, I'm good. That's all they care about. Everybody else can scramble and get in that rat race if they want. But that's good though, brother. You be up in that courtroom like that. Like I said, man, you need to go on and we need to sign up together because obviously you got something that we might need. You know what I mean?
Word.
But
I've been meaning to do that shit, man. But it's a long drawn out thing, especially to take notes of so many different cases. The average courthouse, at least we call general sessions and higher, man, them boys may have like 200 pleadings and like 2 trials that week. And they shut down for the rest of the month.
But you know,
and it's a time thing. I mean, you gotta clear your schedule and that salute to you. I wanted to do it. I did it one time, but that was because I had to take somebody anyway. But it's important to do that, man, so we get an understanding of the game.
Bro, it's
how
all
they play it. It's way important.
When you
Because
say
they
it's
ain't really dealing with law side of it, they dealing with procedures.
Bro, when you say it's a game, Darvish, you are so right, bro.
Yeah.
Like, it's a rinse and repeat. Like
Right.
there's no bucking.
That's how they get good at it, by doing it over and over. That's how they learn.
Listen, I tell you, oh my Lord, it's like they know when I come in. I don't say that. I'm just an observer. I'm just observing and I'm watching it every court. It doesn't matter if it's a misdemeanor or a felony. It's the same drawn out process. It has an element of evil to it, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you. To be a part of it, and my mother, my father, my old lady, they all wanted me to go to law school, and I could go, but no, bro. Law school in Japan is $700.
and
Yeah,
the US is 70,000. They teach
I
the
understand
same.
what you're saying. I understand what you're saying too, man. It's expensive as fuck around here, and this really ain't law. They're
It ain't.
teaching procedures. That's it, dog.
They're not
Out
even
of
using
that,
law, guys.
reciting case law. They ain't dealing with
Brother.
law. Even if you recite a case law, that don't make it a fact because you recite a case law. And the judge may have ruled it and ruled the president in it. Because there's other case law, same situation, when another judge may do the same thing. So there's an argument over who can bring up the best case law.
No, nigga, that's not law. That's
It's not law. It's procedures.
Right. And that's the whole game. That's what I'm saying. He was so right on what he said, bro. They're not using law. They're like, the procedure is everything. When you get an attorney, you're paying for the motherfucker. His in-depthness or his ability to understand the law and apply it through procedure.
Yes. Who understands the procedure the best?
Right. Who files the paperwork timely?
Yeah, in a certain manner, or whatever.
Yeah, with the
certain
correct
kind of
please
wording.
on the front of the page.
Yeah, know which case laws to use, which case laws not to use.
Bro. And what's even more fucked up about going in there is this. It's that, like, I remember when I was caught in the whole legal system for a little bit. I was doing it all myself though, because I woke up a little earlier than most. But you don't see it. You don't see it at all, man. Every once in a while you'll get a brother or sister that are, try to challenge the jurisdiction or do something. But for the most part, I'm gonna say 95% of it is niggas just giving their name, their date of birth. They'll read their social security in the open court. They'll tell their address. They'll tell their job situation, all of that shit, because they're just sheep. You know where else they do that? Prison. And at the car salesman.
Yeah. But see, law is so motherfucking much. It's so
that's what I'm saying.
Man. So that's a tool used to control nations. Law. That's how they beat. They ain't beat us by no other fucking way. They know law. We don't.
Man, once we get outside of the race and we get back to government, law, and commerce, these are the three things that must exist for your society to be considered a civilization.
Yeah, see, we start dealing with farmers, man. Those lawyers deal with real law because you dealing with different jurisdictions. Now you dealing with lawsuits and shit like that. Now we dealing with law. You know the uniform commercial codes. And you dealing with, I mean, but and them regular, man, listen, man. We gotta know it all, man. We came up with this shit. We ain't came up with it, but we were taught it. We learned it from the Most High.
It's like when you study the UCC, you go back farther enough, you'll find out that it was formerly called the Hebrew Commercial Code. You know what I mean? Because
I've never heard that before.
They ran the world. Like if you go back far enough with it, I'm telling you. Yeah, they ran the world, man. They used the law of the Bible, which is common law, which is equitable law, the exchequer, you know what I mean? Like all of it, man, is all intertwined with these scriptures that they have somehow convinced us is some religious book. What was that you said before, that Bacon's book of law, where it's basically showing how every law is connected to the Bible?
Yeah, but that's the maximum of all law comes from the Bible.
All of them.
All positive law.
And then just imagine how they've removed all these books. Like I've read all these apocryphal books or whatever, pseudepigrapha, but all of those books were in the Bible before King James had it all removed.
Yeah, but see, there's the catch though, mama. When King James set up the pattern, we set up the pattern for these United States. All right, anytime you set something like that, you got to have bylaws. And the Bible, that particular version of the Bible, that 1611 was the bylaws for these territories, for these colonies.
Facts. That's what I'm saying. It all
That's
goes
why it was
back.
so important. Not that he came with the first Bible.
Yeah,
That
and
was law here.
Don't get like you got to remember like the Stuart bloodline. They were at war with the Pale Romans for like 600 years out of the 1,000-year reign in England, Ireland, and Scotland. So like, there's documented wars of them bringing pale people out of the caves to bang against the heirs to the throne of what they call God, which was the thrones of God were in England, Ireland, and Scotland, but they used that jurisdiction to all their other realms. So
yeah, nowadays they were called.
How are the thrones in England, Ireland, and Scotland?
Because they were all united.
I mean, how are the thrones?
United Kingdom.
How are the thrones of God in that one place? Because that's all literally just one island.
Yeah, but there's like four major businesses.
Who does it oversee though? See, this is the this is what I'm trying to tell you. This is what we got to understand about history and about not only maps but the land mass, like what land mass has produced which things and which can be cultivated. Like what's going on directly southeast of Great Britain right now. You got the fucking war over the Straits of Gibraltar, right?
Man, exactly. And the main point is this though.
Oil, candles, lampsticks. These things are representatives of individuals that was moving big time oil. So I'm not saying America doesn't have oil. It does. But for whatever reason, we only drill outside the motherfucker. I don't know.
Oh, they lying. They lying. I live right near a pipeline. They lying.
Okay.
Well, I'm telling you, they never talk about the shit we getting out of our goddamn dirt. We just taking over.
Our oil is the main oil. It's called sweet oil. It's the best oil. And truly, they are taking our oil and putting it over there. They cannot possibly have that oil when they're on top of water.
Well, that's what I will say though. To just only what I was.
And they run pipes down on the floor of the goddamn ocean too.
The scriptures point out geographical land masses that if they are under the control of a group of people, that people will rule. And this is what we lost, right? You said we lost it all at one time. How can you control America but you don't control the rest of the world?
I'm gonna tell you how. By learning how to sail the Atlantic and hitting the jet stream. The only way to get to Europe is catching the jet stream in the ocean. You deal with sailboats. And if you put your sail in the Atlantic Ocean, King, going north, you're gonna run directly into England. That makes it so strategic. You can listen, them boys put trees in the fucking water and been float to England.
So we had the only waterproof trees, and we also had cover in favor of the Most High. So we had control over those winds.
But what I'm saying is, we lost all of that.
I said when you come to the Christians took over that.
No, how do you lose all of that if it's not by the Most High?
We fell out of favor.
There's a reason why we lost. We lost because
my mama used to tell me
we did, dog, and we got cursed. We dealing with the curse right now.
Right.
We put the punishment up, we get right back to playing with our shit.
You just said there's a tree. You said there's a tree in what part of the country are you in, sis?
I'm in California.
You said there's a waterproof tree. What's the name of that tree?
I said we are the ones with the mostly water resistant tree. They waterproofed it with the pitch that came from the pine tree, but the mahogany tree, the chestnut, all those different trees that are seaworthy. We're the ones who had those. They didn't have them over there.
And I agree. I don't disagree with that. All I'm saying is this though. We were sitting them over there, we were selling them. And Britain was so important because
all of that? That's what I'm saying.
I got you. I'm about to tell you right now. Because Britain was so important because in order way to get into that mouth to get around the rest of Europe. To do business, you gotta go by water. So the kids are getting to the Mediterranean. So you got to take that same we call it jet stream all the way through there, and it goes through England. From that area, they even take different jet streams. But that's one of the most easiest way to get to the mouth of Gibraltar through the waters. And then when you get there, then you can do business with everything around there.
Yeah,
As long as you have the right flag.
They also got portals. There are freaking portals where you could be in one part of the country and go through this tunnel, port, whatever it is, and end up in a whole different part. Like
And
that
I don't
door,
knock it. I don't knock
like
it.
that
But
door of Midas. Go ahead.
Yeah, but everybody didn't know about that. So most people really knew about that. And I mean, they just took the waters. Everything based on karma.
Look what y'all talking about right now. Now imagine how many niggas is just paying taxes and going to work every day. Come on, kid.
And the same thing, in order to get from the only way to get from Europe is to follow the same jet stream to go down through the west coast of Africa and across into the Caribbean and right back up to Carolina, Florida, Carolinas, and right on up to the north. And it spins right around. That's how the circle goes.
Or to know where the portal's at and step right through it.
And listen, the gods know that, but everybody didn't know that.
Like,
the gods knew that.
I got some shit, man. I got some shit on my email, man. I be sending shit to myself, man. Let me tell you, man.
I'm not saying it ain't true. Don't get me wrong. I done dealt with a lot of different information, man.
She not lying about these portals. I mean, this shit is, listen, this is what I'm saying, bro. Heaven is, according to the Bible, heaven is rulership, which means you know all of these things that we are suggesting right now. You know them for a fact. Hell, living in hell is what we're experiencing. We are only speaking of things that we believe that might be true, or concepts of things that we know should be true, but we're on the up and up. We you know what I mean? Like, I've sued like 8 niggas and I've won, but am I on the level of the Johnny Concrete Institute? Hell no. You know what I mean? Like, is there a portal?
It depends what jurisdiction you're operating in. Cause a lot of shit you can do, Johnny Cocker and that institute can't do. Cause they took an oath.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
Yeah. So it depends what jurisdiction it is. It's all about what jurisdiction you can play in.
Yeah,
that's the key.
But my point, Douglas, is that we're people trying to figure out who we are. We're doing our genealogies, going back into histories. We're following brothers like Coach Aton. You know what I mean? To help us navigate these waters. And to me, as a member of the same people, that to me is a proof that we are in servitude.
Yeah.
And the reason why we got in servitude is what you both admitted, is that we broke the law. We violated the contract. So we must become within an honorable position within the contract law, right? You can be in honor or dishonor. We need to become back in honor.
But isn't that going to be Isaiah? Isaiah 30 and 19, where God said He's going to heal the land.
I know, time served. Yesterday. Yeah. Oh shit, my bad.
You said in Isaiah, He said that He would heal the land. He said, "My people who are called by My name will humble themselves and keep My law, that I will heal the land." And
right.
Yeah.
Wrap it up. You got a minute.
Nah, man, I don't got nothing else. Great build, man. Appreciate you, Aton. Let me think off the top of my head. What did I have an issue with what you said tonight?
I'm gonna tell you the most important issue. Whether Noah got raped by one of his kids or not. Next time we build again, now listen, next time we see each other again, the 4 of us, we have more insights.
Definitely.
That's something you got to know. Because that will explain a lot of things.
Definitely.
He had to have raped his own mother because the child came out mentally ill. and doing all this nonsense.
Yeah, that was. Y'all are crazy for this conversation. I just want to say
Hey,
that.
man, listen. I done had this discussion for a long time, man. Listen, just do me a favor. Go back and do your research. And next time we come together, we'll build on it.
Man, uncover the nakedness of thy father according to.
Come on, man. Leave it there, man. Leave it there. Leave it there.
Okay. But
And read the book. Read the book of Adam and Eve. Read the book of Adam and Eve.
I've never read.
I got you. I got the book. I got 1 and 2.
Yep. All right.
No, I was.
So all I'm saying is, they said he woke up in pain and knew what his son had done to him. Explain that.
Right. Okay.
He's a freaky man.
That's why they got cursed like that.
Nigga, that's punishable by death, nigga.
Yeah.
And ain't enough of y'all to kill nobody right now. We got a couple more motherfuckers though. Maybe we can keep. We can't keep. You're the only one that gonna be able to go over there and cultivate that land we about to sing to.
Douglas, hold on. What I was about to say, I was talking to Aton about grievances I had with any of the information he dropped, but you just went crazy. Peace to the God.
All right, so man, on the next one, man.
Okay.
On the next one. Peace of the God and the goddess.
All right, now you
Peace, everyone. Thank you.
All right, sister.
All right, later.
Later. All right, y'all. No music. We out. Appreciate everybody being there. On the next one, tomorrow, 11:45.